Well, good morning, everyone. Tim Balotz, along with Paul Bloom here in the Fox 9 newsroom. Welcome to day 3 of our coverage of the case called the State of Minnesota versus Kim Potter, all for the death of Daunte Wright in that traffic stop last April 11th, where Miss Potter pulled her gun instead of a taser, resulting in the death of Daunte Wright. A couple of house cleaning matters here today, just to let you know that we will have kind of a major story going on outside of the courtroom here today in the Twin Cities area. We are now under a winter storm warning, and what that means for all of you who are tuning in on the stream from across the country is that as of right now, court will go on as scheduled throughout the day, but there could come a point where the judge may reference the snow that's coming today. We're expecting upwards of maybe 7 inches here in the Minneapolis area where the Hennepin County Court is located. So just to give you that as a background throughout the day, that if you hear the judge refer to trying to wrap things up maybe a little early, we do not know that she will, but that's what it's all about. So we're kind of keeping an eye on the skies outside of the studios and certainly outside of the courtroom today too. Let's bring in Paul Bloom now to talk about today. What do we expect to happen today, Paul?
Well, Tim, late yesterday, for those of you joining the stream may have missed it, but the defense did make a motion for a mistrial. The judge denied that request. So we are off and running on Friday. We're starting an hour late, not weather related. My understanding from some courthouse sources is that a juror just had a scheduling issue. So we're getting started an hour late here, 10 a.m. Central Time. But today we absolutely expect to hear from the medical examiner who performed the autopsy on Daunte Wright. We will get into cause of death. We know the defense has asked about marijuana, some of the toxicology, I would imagine we will see. And then one of the issues that has kind of been festering is this idea of autopsy photos. Those will not be shown here on the live stream. They will be shown in court. The judge has limited the number of photographs that the state can show. Doesn't want those photographs, the emotion, to play too heavily with these jurors when they eventually decide a verdict and deliberate on the manslaughter charges Kim Potter is facing. So the autopsy, the medical examiner this afternoon, and we expect early this morning at least one of the first witnesses to be Sergeant Michael Johnson. He was the 3rd Brooklyn Center police officer at that traffic stop. We heard from Officer Anthony Lucky. Obviously, we will hear from Kim Potter next week. And Sergeant Johnson was on the other side of that car, apparently with a portion of his body inside the car as they were trying to keep Daunte Wright at that scene. That is when Kim Potter apparently mistakes her gun for her taser for her gun, mixes up the 2 devices, and shoots Daunte Wright. Her team has argued in opening statements that basically she made a mistake there. But furthermore, Sergeant Johnson's life was at risk because he was, quote, dangling from that car and could have been killed if Daunte Wright was allowed to drive away. So critical testimony coming this morning. We'll absolutely want to pay attention to that, Tim.
Yeah, let's bring in Mike Bryant right now from Bradshaw and Bryant. And Mike, right off the top here, I want to thank you for your commitment to us today and all of the analysis and insight that you've given us throughout the week and throughout this trial. I view your service today as a service because I think this third branch of government is still a mystery to so many people and something that's feared by so many people. And you're helping us become, you're a law professor, basically, helping us to explain everything that's going on here. And I really thank you for all of that. Mike, I want to begin right away with where court left off yesterday and the motion to basically dismiss the trial because of prejudicial evidence. Can you explain that to us?
Yesterday, most of the witnesses were after the fact. So we saw witnesses that were primarily after the shooting. And the defense made a motion saying all of that's irrelevant because it's got nothing to do with the crime that the person's being charged with. It's all going towards issues that the state would use if she's convicted, that they would use against her as aggravating factors, that there's dangers for other people that were involved. We don't have the 3rd degree issue that we had in other trials, so that it isn't relevant in that way. So it's odd to see a mistrial motion when we saw it, but it was based upon that. And primarily, I think it was to try to get them to get off, keep doing that today, and we'll probably see more testimony that goes towards the actual charges today.
Yeah, that was the one thing that was kind of odd to me yesterday, is we kept hearing all of this extraneous evidence being introduced yesterday, and for those of us who are watching, we were all kind of puzzled, thinking, well, why aren't we hearing anything that's really addressed to the two charges in this case, that being first-degree and second-degree manslaughter?
The prosecution's deciding that's the way they want to present their case as part of it, and we'll see them tie that together in the closing. The other thing is probably the most important witness is Ms. Potter, and the prosecution can't call her. So since they can't call her under the Constitution, she only testifies when the defense calls her. So one of our key witnesses that'll play a big role in the trial isn't going to come until next week when the defense gets the case.
All right, I thought Paul was going to jump in here a little bit. Mike, what do you see? What are you going to be listening for today?
Well, see if they get off the after the fact stuff from yesterday, because that the judge said, hold on, we're not going to deal with that motion right now. But I think she probably will indicate to him, let's move into the before the shooting issues. It'll be interesting to hear what Johnson says. Officer Johnson is interesting because it's kind of a testimony about the justification for what she did. Because if he was in danger, he might have, I think they said in the open, he might have been killed by being dragged. That one's going to be interesting to see the way how the defense argues that, because their argument is she didn't think she had a gun, she didn't shoot with the gun, and any evidence that goes towards justifying using her gun, I think is going to be interesting to see how a jury weighs that.
And Mike, Paul Bloom here in the Fox 9 studios, just jumping off what Sergeant Johnson could say. I mean, can the defense be so frontal as to say, Mr. Johnson, did Kimberly Potter save your life that day?
I don't know that they would ask it in that way, but they can get testimony from him about what was going on, what the risks were, what his concerns were, and they can get that in a way that isn't as blunt as a question like that. So you can get testimony like that. And one of the things we've seen in a lot of police officer trials is we've seen police officers testify about in a way that justifies, or sometimes people will argue protects the officer who's being charged. That was one of the things in the Chauvin trial that was so different with the testimony from the captain, that you actually had somebody getting up there saying, here's what they did wrong.
And I am going to be fascinated to hear what Sergeant Johnson says, just because of how the defense is making sort of this two-pronged argument that, yes, it was a tragic mistake, an error, a human error in the moment, but also, given the circumstances, she did have the authority to use force and even lethal force because of Sergeant Johnson's precarious position as it related to the car. So I'm going to be fascinated to watch that. But I also want to address one other witness that we absolutely know we will hear from today, the medical examiner. That comes later this afternoon. We've talked about, maybe in your answer you could address some of the photographs and why they'd be limited. But I'd want to bring our viewers' attention perhaps here to the comparison. There was a whole lot of controversy when we heard from the medical examiner during the Derek Chauvin trial, the murder of George Floyd. There was complexities there about the cause of death, and the state wasn't really confident in their medical examiner witness. I think they were, that was one part of the trial. They weren't sure where that testimony was going. Today, would you agree that it's not quite as controversial? There's a single gunshot wound. He ends up dead. I mean, there is a car crash, but there's been no suggestion that the car crash somehow impacted Daunte Wright's death or survivability there. Would you agree a slightly less controversial witness today?
Yeah, you'll see probably a very limited cross-examination of the medical witness. He primarily is going to be laying foundation for the underlying charge that the person was killed. So he'll explain what killed him, and that'll be the basics. And you pointed out in the Chauvin case, we had a lot of discussion from different experts and the medical examiner about the cause of death. And you had a lot of testimony with the medical examiner about what he found and what his original findings were. And so there are all sorts of issues there, but we don't have that in this case. This is more of a foundational witness. The autopsy issue, as far as the photographs goes, is that the judge needs to weigh whether or not evidence is more prejudicial than probative. And what that means is when you look at a piece of evidence, is it something that someone looks at and it would affect their emotions in a way that they're more likely to say, oh yeah, they're guilty, or oh yeah, they're not guilty, based upon the emotions instead of the facts. So the judge is trying to back off some of the photos because they don't want to be in a position where the emotion plays a role. And they also, I mean, you take people that, say we didn't know much about the case, I didn't watch a whole bunch of video, and then you suddenly give them a bunch of pictures and a bunch of videos. I mean, we saw in the Chauvin trial just a couple of jurors that were just traumatized by what took place because they're suddenly getting hit with a whole bunch of stuff they had no idea was even out there.
In fact, I'm going to jump in here. One of the rulings that Judge Chu has made is that the jury will not be allowed to see autopsy pictures or any video that shows Daunte Wright's eyes open after death. And she just thought that was too powerful and too strong and too emotional for the jury to see.
Yeah, and that just goes to the point of you don't want to have emotion make the decision. The fact finder needs to make the decision under the law, and so the judge weighs those things on probative, meaning should it be something that you'll look at versus prejudicial, and if the prejudicial is more, then the evidence doesn't come in. Or it comes in limited. And that's what she's doing, is she's cutting off some photos and she's limiting the number of photos and the number of videos.
And Mike, Paul Bloom here again. I would just ask, staying with the medical examiner, the defense not allowed to kind of talk bad behavior on Daunte Wright's behalf. That they have to stick to what Kimberly Potter knew in the car at the time of the traffic stop. But the defense, we've seen it in other cases. Yesterday, again, going after this idea that he's smoking pot earlier in the day. I see it in a lot of trials where pot becomes sort of this negative, connotation, and he's smoking beforehand and may have contributed to his behavior, erratic behavior at the scene. I would assume during autopsy we'll see some of the toxicology numbers, THC. Can you explain why defense attorneys still sort of attack pot use, and do you see that having any impact at all on this jury?
Well, our findings, or we're seeing with jurors, a change as far as views, as far as pot goes, or as far as THC goes. And the big issue seems to be people's acceptance of it in a lot of ways as it becomes legal in a number of states. And we even have medical marijuana in this state. So you'll get people that probably knew a lot more about pot than they're ever admitting, now suddenly coming out and saying, yeah, it's not as big a deal anymore. The defense is representing their client. There's a difference in a case. The prosecution has to go for justice. They're supposed to go for what the evidence shows. The defense is representing their client, and one of the things that they're doing in the case is they're vilifying Mr. Wright in a way so that in the back of the juror's mind, if it's a close call, they don't get to that burden of proof and make the decision that Ms. Potter is guilty for what happened.
And Mike, I have another question, again, getting towards what we expect to hear from the medical examiner a little later today. There was a pretty hefty amount of time Assistant Attorney General Erin Eldridge gave to the type of ammunition police officers use, those hollow point bullets, and the type of injuries a shooting victim incurs because of the use of that. She spent a fair amount of time about that. I assume we'll sort of hear about just how significant the internal injuries were because of the use of that bullet. But to me, going big onto that's sort of law enforcement provided ammunition. This isn't like a cold-blooded killer who chose to use sort of the worst kind of bullet, correct? I mean, what should we look for along those lines today?
Well, to me, and it'll be interesting to see how they tie it together in the closing, but to me, I think the point that they're trying to get across is the major difference between a gun and a taser, that there's a weight difference, that there's a color difference, there's a use difference, and that her training and her background gave her that knowledge. And so I think when they get into the bullets, it's to talk about how deadly a choice was made by having the wrong weapon in your hand.
And Mike, I'll just step in here and just our viewers have certainly gotten familiar with this. The seal of the state of Minnesota, Tim, as we await Judge Chu on the bench. We had been told basically an hour late today, 10 o'clock, that a juror had a issue.
And
then with that,
the judge is now stepping back in. So let's jump back into court. This is the 18th floor of the Hennepin County Courthouse. Judge Regina Chu presiding here in the case. Let's join in now.
Counsel? Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you, Deputy. All right, please be seated. Good morning, members of the jury. I know everybody's thinking about the snowstorm that is supposed to be starting shortly and going into this afternoon. I don't think it has started yet. I want you to know I'm going to continue to assess the situation, and at noon we should have a better idea of how bad it's going to be. So I will continue to monitor that, and if it looks like it'll be a driving issue, we may terminate today early, okay? Just to let you know I'm thinking about it. All right, is the state ready to call its next witness?
We are, Your Honor. The state would call Michael Johnson to the stand.
Okay, please come forward and stand behind the witness chair. Will you raise your right hand? Do you swear under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully testify in connection with this cause?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat. You may remove your mask and state your full name and spell it.
Michael Johnson, MyChalJohnson.
All right, officer, a couple things to keep in mind when you're testifying. Yes or no answers, please. Don't shake your head. Don't say uh-huh or uh-uh. If you don't understand a question, ask for clarification. If an objection is made, stop talking immediately. Do not answer unless I tell you to. And remember to wait until the question is finished before you answer, because the court reporter is taking down what's being said. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
And I think the court referred to you as officer. You're obviously in a suit, not what we think of as a police uniform. Can you tell us why you're dressed in civilian clothes today?
I'm currently assigned as a patrol major.
And so you don't wear a uniform typically in your job nowadays?
Not right now.
Okay. We will get back to that in a moment, but I'm going to go back and start over. You are currently a peace officer in the state of Minnesota?
Correct.
And you have a license as a peace officer?
Yes, I do.
When did you obtain that license?
In 2005.
And if you could, since then, have you done everything required by the state to maintain your license?
Yes, I have.
And can you tell the jurors, please, your educational background to be a police officer?
I've got a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, followed up by a skills certificate that allowed me to be licensed by the state of Minnesota.
And when did you get your bachelor's degree?
In 2002.
And the skills program, when did you finish that?
In 2002.
And so at some point, did you become a police officer with the city of Brooklyn Center?
Yes.
And that was when?
May 31st, 2005.
And so from getting your skills done to that date, did you work at any other law enforcement agencies?
Not as a licensed peace officer.
Okay, explain that to us, please.
I worked as a non-licensed community service officer.
Which jurisdiction was that for?
City of Cottage Grove.
Okay. And, when I asked when you started, you said May 31st. You remember the date pretty
Sure.
specifically.
Yes.
Why do you remember it so well?
It's everything in the department goes back to that one single date as a start date.
And when you started that date, did you get sworn in
Yes.
and take an oath, that kind of thing?
Yes.
And it's a pretty important day in your career.
Yes, it was.
And so when you started working for Brooklyn Center, what were your job duties?
I was assigned as a patrol officer working an overnight shift.
And so what kind of things did you do as a patrol officer?
Do a little bit of everything for the city of Brooklyn Center, everything from medicals to traffic stops to major type of incidents.
And at some point, did that change from being a patrol officer?
Yes.
And how did that change?
I was assigned to a few other positions along the way, an auto theft investigator and a detective.
And did you eventually become a sergeant?
Yes,
When did you become a sergeant?
in October of 2015.
And so when you're talking about these other things that you did, were they after you became a sergeant or some before?
Those were all before.
So that helped you get promoted to sergeant.
Correct.
What implicit in my question is that is a promotion to sergeant, right?
Yes, it is.
All right. And when you became a sergeant, how did your duties change? What did they become then?
It then went from being as a call taker specifically to a person who supervised a group of patrol officers as well as still taking some calls.
So were you a patrol sergeant? Would that be the right term?
That would be correct.
And so as a patrol sergeant, are you still out on the streets most of the time?
I would be about 50-50.
And when you're out on the streets, I guess all the time you're supervising the patrol officers, right?
Yes.
And so when you have been working or in your work as a Brooklyn Center police officer, did you get to know Officer Kim Potter?
It's a fairly small department, so I had known of her since basically the time I had started, but really didn't get to know her until I had been assigned to the shift she worked on in 2019.
Okay. And in 2019, what do you mean by assigned to a shift?
I had the chance to, we bid by seniority. I had enough seniority to bid to a day shift, which she was on that day shift.
Okay. So prior to that, had you worked shifts with her? I'm not quite sure how that works.
No, I hadn't. I was actually assigned to a night shift where she was assigned still to a day shift. So we never even really saw each other at that point.
So for that 14 years, from 2005 to 2014, you were on, or 15, you were on different shifts.
Correct.
Okay. But then in 2019, did you become her supervisor?
Yes.
And so then how often would you supervise Kim Potter?
That would be every working day, which worked out to about 7 days every 2 weeks.
And as you're supervising her, well, strike that. Let me ask you this. Throughout your career at Brooklyn Center, were there times when you socialized with Ms. Potter outside of the workplace?
Not before 2019.
But after that, you had those occasions?
Yes.
And do you also know Officer Anthony Lucky?
Yes.
And when did you get to know him?
I don't know the exact year, but he was one of the explorers for the Brooklyn Center Police Department when he was still in high school.
So still a teenager.
Yes.
And then obviously he became employed at Brooklyn Center as well, correct?
Yes.
And so did you know him then? Well, obviously you knew him. Did you supervise him then?
He was in the field training program. I wasn't the field training supervisor, but for the time that he was assigned to Officer Potter for field training, I was his duty sergeant.
So just so we can understand how that works, the trainees, the probationers, have a separate supervisor for that program.
Yeah, when they're involved in the field training program, there is a supervisor who is in charge of the program, assigns them where they need to be, and track how they're doing.
When they're out on the street, then it's the patrol sergeant who's supervising them technically out on the street. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's also a field training officer with them.
Correct.
Now, I mentioned earlier, kind of why you're not in uniform. Are you still with the Brooklyn Center Police Department?
I am not.
And when did you switch jobs?
In October of 2021.
And where are you working now?
I work for the Goodhue County Sheriff's Office.
And so that is the reason, we kind of teased down later, you're not in a uniform. That's a non-uniform position.
Correct.
Okay. During your career, have you received training in how to use a taser?
Yes.
And have you been certified to use a taser?
Yes.
Do you recall when you first became certified to use a taser?
The first time was in my initial training of the skills program back in 2002.
So even before you became a police officer?
Yes.
And when you started at Brooklyn Center, did you get authorized to carry a taser for Brooklyn Center?
Yes.
And before you could carry there, did policy require that you receive some training or certification?
Yes, initial training.
And did you do that when you first started in 2005?
Yes.
And since 2005, then, when you were certified, have you been certified every year since then?
Yes.
And when you were a patrol and a sergeant, did you carry a taser when you were out on the street?
Yes.
As part of your training, have you been put through what we'll call voluntary, how shall I say this, voluntarily being stunned by a taser?
Yes.
Explain what that means for the jury, please.
As a part of the training, they use the two probes of a taser, and when they pull the trigger of the taser, it then has the incapacitating power over you, and you kind of lose function of your body.
So the voluntary part of this is that you agreed to do it,
Yes.
and that's as part of the training?
Yes.
So they actually shoot you with a taser.
Yes.
And how many times did you volunteer to do that?
Once.
Why not twice?
Because it's not a great feeling.
Okay. And when that's done, are there others around you to help you?
Yes.
And explain that, what that means.
They're there because your muscles will lock up, and if your legs lock up, you lose your balance and can fall over. So they're there to catch you if you fall.
And have you also been involuntarily exposed to the effects of a taser?
Yes.
Can you explain that for the jurors, please?
There have been times that my partners have used a taser on suspects where if your hands get in between the taser probes, you then will receive that current through you.
And that has happened to you?
Several times.
And how does that feel?
It does not feel very good.
So based on those experiences and your training as a certified taser user, if somebody is going to get tased, what do you need to do if you're holding the person?
You try not to have your hands in between the taser probes.
Okay. I'm going to turn your attention to April 11 of 2021. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
And were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
And just tell us what your shift was on that day.
I start my shift at 5:30 in the morning, and it goes until 5:30 in the evening.
And you were a patrol sergeant that day?
Yes.
Do you recall how many officers were out on the streets during that shift?
I don't remember exactly.
How would it typically be? How many would it typically be?
We would typically have 3 to 5 starting at 6 a.m. We would then have one more possibly starting at 2 and one more possibly starting at 4.
And did you hear a call for backup from Officer Lucky?
Yes.
And at the time, did you know he was in a trainee capacity?
Yes.
And he was with an FTO?
Correct.
And did you know who the FTO was?
Yes.
And who was that?
That was Officer Kim Potter.
And so the call was about what do you recall the call for backup being about?
I heard that he was on a traffic stop and was asking for a second officer to his location.
Would that be customary to call a backup on a traffic stop?
Yes.
So nothing unusual about his request for backup on that traffic stop?
No.
And did you respond that you would come to that to back him up?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
Over the radio, I called out my call number and said that I would be en route.
Do you recall him providing the location of the traffic stop?
Yes.
Was it an area you were familiar with?
Yes.
And did you then go to that location?
Yes.
And do you recall roughly how long it took you to get there?
I would probably say 2-3 minutes.
So you were not too far away?
No.
And can you just describe for the jury the general location where that stop was?
I would be around 63rd Avenue and Orchard Avenue.
Now I'm going to put up on the screen an exhibit number 1, which has been received in evidence. Do you see that exhibit in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize what's depicted there?
That would be 63rd Avenue, centralized on Orchard Avenue.
And do you see the location of where the stop was?
Yes.
And there should be in front of you a little stylus.
Yes.
And if you want to just draw a circle around the area where that was. And so, just to be clear, for the record, you're drawing a circle around the location on this photograph were the blue rectangle and the yellow XR, correct?
Correct.
And so did you, in fact, drive up and stop behind the stop?
Yes.
Okay. And so this location, from your years of working at Brooklyn Center Police Department, what county is this area located in?
Hennepin County.
And as you arrived there, where did you park in relation to Officer Lucky?
I parked directly behind him.
And were you working alone or with another officer?
I was alone.
And so as you got there, did you approach their vehicle then?
Yes.
And what did you see kind of generally when you approached the other squad car?
As I approached, both doors were open of the squad car with Officer Lucky sitting on the driver's side and Officer Potter sitting on the passenger side. In front of them was a four-door white sedan.
Okay. And did you have a conversation then with either Officer Potter or Officer Lucky?
I talked with Officer Potter.
Okay. And what did you learn?
I learned that the driver of the vehicle had a warrant and was also a party to a order for protection.
And did you learn more information about the warrant as you were there?
Yes.
What did you learn about the warrant?
I learned that it was a gross misdemeanor warrant for a weapons possession.
And based on your years of work as a police officer, what did that gross misdemeanor weapons warrant mean to you? What did that indicate?
It means that a person had been arrested for carrying a firearm without a permit.
So it's a permit violation.
Yes.
And so as you're conversing with them, was a decision made about what to do?
Yes.
And what was that decision?
That Officer Lucky was going to place the driver under arrest and then look more into the order for protection.
And so was that what was done?
Yes.
And how many of you then reapproached the white car?
3 of us.
And how did the three of you divide it up?
Yeah. So Officer Lucky went to the driver's side with Officer Potter following a little ways behind him as the training officer, and I approached on the passenger side.
And so why did you go to the passenger side?
Yeah, you usually put one person on each side so that you get a good view inside the vehicle to see what's happening.
So that's sort of standard operating procedure, shall we say, when you approach a vehicle with backup?
It's one way of doing it.
Okay. And Ms. Potter went to stay towards the back of the vehicle at the time?
I believe so.
Was that customary for an FTO?
Yes.
On the day of April 11th, were you wearing a body camera?
Yes.
And were you also, operating a squad car that had a dash camera?
Yes.
And, excuse me a second. And the dash camera, was it activated as you came up and stopped at this stop?
It was activated when I activated my body camera.
Okay. So did you activate your body camera before arriving at the stop?
I activated it just as I pulled up.
Okay. And why did you do that?
That's policy. Any traffic stop, we turn on our body camera.
Okay. And so when you do that, your dash camera automatically comes on.
Yes.
And before today, have you had a chance to review your body camera from this incident?
Yes, I have.
And have you also reviewed the dash camera?
Yes, I have.
And before today, we were able to show you some of those that would be exhibits today, correct?
Yes.
And so you recognize those as accurate recordings of what happened.
Yes.
Your Honor, we would offer Exhibit 61.
Is there any objection to 61? There be no objection. 61 will be admitted into evidence and you may publish counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, before we do that, there's a couple of questions I want to ask so that the jurors can understand some of the things going on in the video, all right? Do you recall at one point learning the name of the driver?
Yes.
And what was the name of the driver?
Daunte Wright.
Do you remember Ms. Potter asking you or making some comment about the Wright brothers?
Yes.
And did you understand what she was talking about? Well, what did that mean to you when she raised that?
It meant she knew something about them that should have kind of sparked my interest.
But your response was what?
I didn't know who they were.
Okay. And the Wright brothers that she was referring to, do you know who she was referring to?
No.
Okay. And had there been a Wright family that had been sort of known to officers?
There was another one that I was aware of.
And they did not have a Daunte Wright?
No.
All right, so what I'm going to do then is start Exhibit 61, please. Now, let's pause here just for a moment, please. So as you can see, there is 2 videos present on the screen, correct?
Yes.
And the video in the lower right, do you recognize what that is?
Yep, that would be the dash cam video for my squad.
And the video in the upper left?
That would be my body cam video.
And just as the video started, we did not hear any audio.
Correct.
Eventually there will be audio, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain why that happens?
Both of the cameras are constantly recording and will save the first 30 seconds before the video is actually started.
And that 30 seconds is the part without audio?
Yes.
Okay. And then as we're looking at this, just for the record, its timestamp is 13:59:16. Where are you driving here in this video?
This would be 63rd Avenue.
And which direction are you heading here?
I believe this would be headed eastbound.
Yeah, I tested you a little too much, didn't I? Is this, you're about to make a U-turn, correct?
Okay, if this is before I'm about to make the U-turn, I'd be going westbound.
Yeah, and so you had to make a U-turn to get back to the stop.
Yes.
And then the 13:59 military time, correct?
Yes.
And so that would be 1:59 p.m.?
Yes.
All right. Okay, let's go ahead and play the video then, please.
No, female doesn't know who he is. Said he's a 14-year-old black male with dreads. When he walked in the house, said he was running from the police and he needed to be quiet until they left.
You're going to want to find out who the female is because there's no OFP.
He's got a gross misdemeanor warrant, and there's an OFP for a female, so I need to ID her. There's also residue, like weed on the middle console, so probably search the car. Apparently the car is his brother's.
You want to tell him what the warrant's for?
Warrant is for the weapons violation.
Oh, gross, yeah.
So
Daunte Wright.
Daunte
Wright.
Wright.
Aren't those the Wright brothers? Not the ones that fly, but the other ones?
I don't think so.
So I'm just gonna get him out and I cuff him up. I mean, he's at work, so I'm just
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, we will be here in a second.
All right, man. Here, give me a bit.
And by the way, if I didn't ask you, what is your current rank at Goodhue County?
Major.
Okay, so Major Johnson, we heard in that video a voice saying, "I don't think so." Did you recognize that voice?
Yes,
Whose voice was that?
that was mine.
And that was in response to Ms. Potter's question about the Wright family.
Yes.
So then we saw just at the tail end of that, the three of you start to approach the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And when you approached the vehicle on the passenger side, what did you observe?
I observed that there was a female sitting in the passenger seat in the front.
Did she have anything in her hands at the time?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Do you remember indicating that she had some paperwork in her hands as you approached?
That's possible.
And then what did you observe next?
I observed that Officer Lucky had asked Mr. Wright to step out of the vehicle.
And did Mr. Wright do that?
Yes.
And what happened then?
I couldn't overhear a lot of what was being said, but I was able to gather he was telling them about the warrant.
Did you hear Officer Lucky tell Mr. Wright to do anything at that point in time?
I heard him tell him to turn around.
Okay. And what about his hands? Did he say anything about that?
And put his hands behind his back.
And then at some point, at that point, did you tell Mr. Wright he was under arrest?
Yes, I did.
And why did you tell him that at that point?
Procedurally, you tell somebody that they are under arrest before placing them under arrest. If the person then doesn't cooperate with the arrest, they've been told that lawfully they are being arrested.
And so what's the importance of telling them that right at that moment in time?
Because that was just about before he was to put his hands on Mr. Wright.
So if they don't cooperate, could you charge them with some additional crime?
Yes.
Because you've told them that, right?
Yes.
So then, as you saw that going on, did you hear Officer Lucky saying anything?
Yes.
After what did you hear him say after that?
I heard him say something about don't pull away.
What did you notice anything about Mr. Wright at the time?
I saw part of his body start moving away.
And so what did you observe then after that?
That's when I actually opened the passenger side door.
And why did you open the passenger door?
I was going to make sure the car was in park and the vehicle was shut off so that he couldn't leave.
And so when you opened the passenger door, what did you do next?
I leaned in across the passenger and put my right hand on the shift lever and my left hand on the ignition key.
All right. What about the passenger? Did you take any steps to deal with the passenger at that point?
There wasn't much I was able to do. I was kind of in a compromised position, so I just leaned against her with my body weight.
Okay. And did she put up any resistance to you when you did that?
No.
And at that point, where were you standing?
I was leaning into the vehicle.
Okay. Where were your feet?
Feet were either on the curb or on the street.
And did you said something about grabbing the shift knob, correct?
Yes.
And what did you do with that?
I pushed it forward, which would be towards the park position.
So had it been out of park?
I don't believe so.
Okay. But you said you pushed it forward. I'm just trying to...
I was pushing it as far as it would go forward. That way I knew that it was in the park position.
And did you know whether the engine was on at the time?
I don't.
You indicated you reached toward the keys, right?
Yes.
What were you trying to reach for the keys for?
I was taking the key and I was turning it forward, which would be towards the off position.
So you were attempting to turn the vehicle off?
Yes.
Did you know, but you didn't know whether it was on or off?
I don't know if it was.
And at that point, what was Mr. Wright doing?
He was struggling with Officer Lucky.
Okay. Was he able to get back into the vehicle at that point?
Yes.
And what did you think he was going to try and do at that point?
Drive away.
And so at some point, did you remove your hand from the shift knob?
Yes.
And what did you do then?
I took both my hands and held on to Mr. Wright's right arm.
And were you able to grab his right arm?
Yes.
And why did you grab his right arm?
Two things. One, to prevent him from shifting the vehicle, and one, to put him into a handcuffing position.
At that time, did you know what Officer Lucky was doing?
I couldn't see Officer Lucky at that time.
Did you know what Officer Potter was doing?
I don't.
And you grabbed him to put him in a handcuffing position. I'm not sure how to ask this, but who else did you think was going to help you handcuff him? Does that make sense?
Yes. I believe it would either be Officer Lucky or Officer Potter that would be controlling his left arm to put him in a handcuffing position.
And when you did that, when you grabbed Mr. Wright's right arm, were your feet still on the street or the curb?
Yes.
And did you then hear Officer Potter's voice?
Yes.
What did you hear Officer Potter say?
I heard something to the effect of, "I'll tase you."
And what happened after that?
I heard the verbal command of, "Taser, taser, taser."
And then what happened?
And then I heard a loud pop.
And did you know what the loud pop meant?
I thought at the time that it was a taser.
When you heard taser, 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 what did you do with Mr. Wright?
I let go of his right arm.
Why did you do that?
I didn't know where those taser probes were going to be going, and I didn't want my hand in between them.
And when you let go of him, you had hold of his right arm. Was that the only way you were holding him?
Yes.
And did you see his position at the time that you let go of him?
All I could tell was that he was sitting in the driver's seat.
And where were you looking at that moment in time? Do you recall?
Kind of down towards the center console.
Okay. So after you let go of Mr. Wright, what happened next?
I saw him going for the shift knob, and I started backing out of the vehicle.
And were you able to do that?
Yes.
And before testifying today, have you had a chance to watch your body camera from this time period of the exchange?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, that is Exhibit 63, and we would offer that at this time.
Any objection to 63? Okay, 63 will be admitted into evidence and you may publish.
All right. Major Johnson, when we play the video, I'm going to freeze it just a few moments to help explain so you don't have to be talking at the same time the video is running, all right?
Yes.
All right, then, Your Honor, we would publish Exhibit 63.
We will be here in a second.
You're under arrest, Daunte.
Now, I have frozen the video here, and for the record should reflect that the timestamp indicates 2:01:52. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And so we watched the video to that point, and can you describe for the jurors, obviously this is the blue jeans are the passenger, correct?
Yes.
And this is the point where you're sort of leaning against her?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jurors, the arm we see here across really the top of the screen?
It looks like my right arm there is going for the shift knob.
All right. And this is the moment when you were able to, were you at this moment able to grab a hold of the shift knob?
Yes.
And can you tell what your left arm is doing?
I can't see on the screen with the shadow, but that would be the time that my left arm would be going for the key.
And by shadow, what is it?
On the monitor here.
Yeah, you probably can tilt the monitor if that gets rid of some of the glare, maybe? Maybe you can.
Yes.
Okay. And, all right, so this is all right, so what I'm going to do is let this run to 2:02:54. Now, at 2:02:54, do you still see your right hand?
Yes.
And that's still on the shift knob, correct?
Yes.
Can you see the other hands that appear to be by your hand?
Yeah, there looks to be one other hand next to it.
Do you know whose hands those are?
I can't say for sure.
Okay. Who else was in the vehicle at the time?
Mr. Wright.
And, okay, let's run it to 2:01:56, please. So, those hands that we had seen by your hand, now are you able to sort of tell whose hands they were?
Yes.
Okay. Whose were they?
Mr. Wright.
And so he appears to have been trying to move the shift knob,
Yes.
but you prevented him from doing that.
Yes.
And then he pulled away from that, correct?
Yes.
Now, in this moment, we can see your right hand still on shift knob, is that right?
Yes.
And what is your left hand doing?
That would be reaching for him.
And we'll hear a voice say, "Just stay back." Do you recall who said that?
I didn't hear that part.
Okay. All right, let's play to 58, please.
Just say that.
Did you hear the voice there?
Yes.
Whose voice is that?
That was me.
And who are you saying that to?
That would be to the female passenger.
And did she stay there?
Yes.
And then we also just heard another female voice in the background. Did you recognize that voice?
Yes.
And whose voice was that?
That was Officer Potter.
So then let's run this to 59, please. Now, at this point in time, can you describe for the jurors what you've done with your right arm?
That's gone to reach for his arm.
And in the background, did you hear a female voice again?
Yes.
And who is that?
Officer Potter.
And then let's go to 2:02:0. Now, at this point in time, did you hear that female voice in the background?
Yes.
Did you recognize that voice?
Yes.
And who is that?
Officer Potter.
And can you describe for the jurors what you're doing here in this still moment at 2:02:00?
I'm holding on to his right hand and arm.
And is your left arm holding on to him as well?
Both are, yes.
And your right hand appears to have a grip on Mr. Wright's hand in a certain way.
Yes.
Can you describe for the jurors what you're doing there?
I'm holding on to it so that he both can't grab onto something, and also it's a position to hold, place him back into a handcuffing position.
Is there a term for that particular way of holding them?
I don't have one.
Okay, like a wrist lock or something?
That's not specifically a wrist lock.
Okay, but this is a way of getting them ready to handcuff or not?
Yes.
All right. And at this point in time, you have his arm, Mr. Wright's right arm, over the passenger?
Yes.
Okay, we'll let this run to the end now, please.
Stop! He shot me. Please stop!
You did?
Yes!
Okay.
I grabbed the wrong fucking gun! I shot him! Oh my god!
Okay. Kim, sit down.
And Major Johnson, in meeting with you, we showed you a composite video of Officer Lucky's dash camera and your body camera during this time period, correct?
Yes.
And that is done to help the jurors understand the overall scene.
Yes.
And does that composite video fairly capture what happened in this time period?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would offer Exhibit 62, which is that video.
Any objection to 62? 62 will be admitted and you may play it.
We will be here in a second.
I'll continue.
You're under arrest, Daunte. Just stay back.
I'll tease you! Hey, I'll tease you! Hey, stop! Please stop!
You did?
Yes!
Okay.
I grabbed the wrong fucking gun! I shot him! Oh my god!
Okay. Kim, sit down.
PI access 63rd and Captain Drive, flight 138 stop, start north on the red.
Starting north on the red, then can you repeat your first part you said?
Before Ms. Potter said, I shot him, did you know that sound had been a gunshot?
No.
And after that, did you observe what happened to the white car?
Yeah, I observed it continue eastbound down 63rd and drive into oncoming traffic.
And did you, obviously you heard that there was a crash down that direction.
Yes.
So sometimes it's maybe easier for us to refer to the stop scene and the crash scene. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because there were essentially two scenes that day.
Yes.
Did you go down to the crash scene?
No.
And why not?
Because Officer Salvosa was already there.
Okay, and how did you know that?
I could see his squad pulling up right as Mr. Wright's vehicle had gone into incoming traffic.
Okay. And at that point, did you know that Mr. Wright had been shot by Ms. Potter?
I knew that a shot had been fired, but I didn't know if he was hit.
Okay. So when you're saying he drove into incoming traffic, you didn't know his physical condition at the time of the crash?
Correct.
Now, we heard some radio traffic calling for north on the reds. Did you recognize that voice?
Yes.
Whose voice was that?
Officer Salvosa.
And did you do anything with your radio at that point in time?
I was trying to transmit but I wasn't able to
Why not?
because there was other people on the radio.
Okay. So only one radio can run at a time.
Yes.
All right. And so were you eventually able to get on, well, was it Officer Salvosa's radio traffic that was interfering with yours?
I think so.
Could be, I guess is one way to say it.
Yes.
Yeah, right. And then, so were you able to eventually get on the radio?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I called out that we had had shots fired and asked for additional resources to 63rd and Noble.
When you said shots fired, plural, do you know why you said shots if there was only one?
It's just always the way that it's been said. I don't know where it came from, so it's just been shots.
Yeah, just sort of typical language, right?
Yes.
And then, so the additional people that you called in, why did you do that?
Because I knew that we had 2 scenes. We did have shots fired, and we're going to need additional help no matter what it was that had happened.
If an officer is involved in a shooting, are there separate procedures that take over to deal with that kind of situation?
Yes.
And in those situations, are there officers known as involved and uninvolved?
Yes.
And at this point in time, did you know that you would be an involved officer?
Yes.
And that Potter and Lucky would also be involved officers?
Yes.
So what did that mean to you at that point in time with regard to your supervisor role right then?
It meant that I needed somebody to take over as the scene supervisor once that was possible, because I wouldn't be able to do all of the things that needed to be done as being an involved officer.
And so then you called in, I think you mentioned other agencies. Do you recall doing that?
Yes.
Why?
I didn't know how many officers we currently had clear in Brooklyn Center, but I knew that we were going to need more than we had available that day.
And what did you ask at that point in time, Officer Potter and Lucky, to do?
I asked them to sit down.
And and did your body-worn camera continue to run?
Yes.
And have you been able to observe that video as well, your body-worn camera following the incident?
Yes.
Here, at this time, we would offer Exhibit 64, which is that video.
Any objection to 64? 64 will be admitted and you may publish.
You did?
Yes!
Okay.
I grabbed the wrong fucking gun! I shot him! Oh my god!
Okay. Kim, sit down. Okay.
I want to freeze it right there just for a quick moment. And for the record, timestamp at the top is 14:02. There were 3 or 4 audible beeps. Can you explain to the jury what those beeps are?
That was me trying to transmit over my radio. However, at the same time, somebody was already transmitting.
So that beep is an indication of what you described earlier, not being able to get on.
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Starting north on the red, and can you repeat your first part?
3-5, we got shots fired. Start more units, please. We're going to need additional units to Noble and 63rd.
Just breathe. Yep. Are you okay? Just breathe. Just breathe.
Richard 907 at gunpoint, 63rd and Captain Drive.
Copy 1 at this point, 6
Kim, take a breath, okay?
Just breathe.
Civilian car injured as well. As soon as we get additional cars, I'll check for injuries. Suspects are not compliant. They're moving it.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Just
Regina Chu from 1 on the unit.
Kim, that guy was trying to take off with me in the car.
okay.
3205, can you start some additional supervisors from other agencies, please?
He's still.
Yeah,
Crystal's en route. 4142 en route.
Yeah, Kim, take a breath, okay? Kim, take a breath. You're all right, Kim.
Tonight, and we'll take 2 rigs, stage them a couple blocks out.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Copy, stage a couple blocks up.
Driver, stop breathing.
Driver not breathing.
No,
I'll take an additional squad and we'll yank him out. So get him here on the rest. I'm by myself, holding him at gunpoint.
Kim, take a breath. Kim, breathe, okay?
We can get the road shut down, westbound.
Yeah, just park.
I'll take it there.
My squad, not yours. Park with my squad.
Northbound at 53rd.
Kim, take a breath. Kim, you're okay. Take a breath, okay?
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
Reaching, I can make it 3 rigs. I got 1 male not breathing, 1 female with facial lacerations, and then I've got another civilian car that I have not been able to check on yet.
Copy, 3 rigs.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
3205, we'll take anybody that's available. We need additional help.
5153, I'll be arriving.
5153, copy.
Squad, come to me at 63rd and Catherine so we can get the driver out and the passenger, and then we'll have to check on anyone else after. But the driver is not breathing according to the passenger.
Oh my God! What have I done? What have I done? Oh my God!
Several Brooklyn Park units are arriving.
Of course, no, guys.
Yes, we're all right.
Passenger's moving around. I can't see him, so we're going to need to extricate him if he's not breathing. So I'll wait for additionals to come up with a plan.
is arriving.
Okay.
Portion of 6.
Hey, Anthony, and you just sit down here, okay?
3219, the suspect I'm at gunpoint at is a flee from 38 stop.
Portion of 6.
Hey, both you guys, okay? Are you anything injured?
3207, whoever's got a bunker, come on up to Catherine, 63rd.
Oh my God!
700 for domestic, 15-year-old son, 2624 94th Avenue. 4142 arriving.
Portion of 6.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Daddy, can you go call Chuck for me?
Yep, hey, Kim, as soon as we're code 4 here, I'm gonna get all that taken care of for you, okay?
108, 5200, domestic.
You guys good?
I'm just, take care of that first, and then I'll need somebody. Take a breath, okay, Kim? Take a breath.
In the video, Miss Potter can be heard saying, "I'm going to prison." And that was when you said to her that he was trying to drive off with me in the car.
Yes,
Do you remember saying that to her?
I actually don't.
And when did you learn that you had said that to her?
When I watched my body cam video.
How long after the incident was that?
It was probably about a week.
In that video, she also asked to call Chuck, correct?
Yes.
And did you understand what she was asking?
Yes.
Who is Chuck?
That would be Detective Chuck Ballou.
And do you know how to spell his last name?
It's V as in Victor, A-L-L-E-A-U.
And did you understand why she wanted to call Mr. Valou?
Yes.
Why?
Because he would be her union representative.
While you were working, well, on April 11th, were you a member of that union?
No.
Were the patrol officers a member of that union?
Yes.
And was Ms. Potter, did you know if she was in a role with the union?
This is irrelevant. Being a member of the union has nothing to do with this case.
The objection is sustained and the jury will disregard.
Your Honor, may I be heard about that, please?
My original ruling is granting the objection.
Your Honor, I don't remember if you did or not. Could you tell the jury not to regard that testimony?
Okay. Ms. Potter's union membership is not relevant to any issue in this case. You are to disregard any testimony regarding that. Okay?
And so, Major Johnson, did you then, for the rest of that shift until you left, stay at the stop scene?
No.
Right. At some point you left the scene altogether. I guess my question should be more precise. Did you ever go to the other scene, the crash scene?
No.
And while you were still back at the stop scene, did you do something with Ms. Potter's firearm?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jurors what you did?
Due to her mental state of not knowing what she might do, I knew that her firearm was a piece of evidence at that time. So I removed her firearm and put it in my holster and put my gun in her holster, just so that that evidence was preserved.
Okay. And then was that all captured by body camera as well?
Yes.
And, Your Honor, we would offer at this time Exhibit 65.
This would be cumulative. Just Just testify, you know.
Okay. The objection is overruled. I'll allow you to play the video. And 65 will be admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Stay right here. Stay right here, okay?
Oh my God.
Kim, I'm going to take this but give you mine, okay?
Don't just let me
No.
kill myself like
No, that's not happening, Kim. I'm giving you my gun, okay? I'm just going to hold on to yours. All right? Kim? We'll get it all figured out, okay?
I don't know what's happened.
Okay, Kim, sit down, please, okay? My gun in your holster.
I don't know what happened. Okay, I don't know.
But can you come over and sit by Lucky?
Yeah.
Right?
I'll shut the camera off after.
I'm still rolling.
It's fine. I don't.
Incidentally, Major Johnson, were you wearing a taser that day?
Yes.
And during this time period that we just saw, immediately after the incident, did you check Potter and Lucky for injuries?
Yes.
And did you see any injuries?
No.
Did they report any injuries?
No.
And did other officers eventually come to the scene?
Yes.
And as part of that process you made reference to earlier, did you assign officers to Potter and Lucky?
Yes.
And explain just real briefly why you do that.
It's just to make sure that they are being taken care of, that we keep them uninvolved from the incident, that they don't hear anything else that is happening, and that person's kind of their caregiver for the next little while.
And under that policy, are the involved officers supposed to talk about the incident?
No.
And when, at some point, did another sergeant arrive to sort of take over a supervisory role there at the scenes?
Yes.
And did you provide information to that sergeant about what you knew?
Yes.
Just to be clear, it was a Brooklyn Center sergeant?
2 Brooklyn Center sergeants.
Okay. And then did they sort of take over control of everything at that point?
Yes.
And you provided them the important information that they needed to do that, to take over?
Yes.
And did you, subsequent to that, or later, obtain more information that concerned you about Officer Potter?
Yes.
And what was that?
That another officer was concerned that she may harm herself.
And which officer was that?
That was Officer Clean Fricky.
Do you know how to spell her last name?
Yes, F as in Frank, R-I-C-K-E.
And so, what did you do?
Officer Potter was sitting in a squad, and so I had gone over to her and discreetly asked if I could see my firearm that was in her holster. I was able to turn away from her with my firearm, remove the magazine from it and the 1 round that was in the chamber. So at that time there were no rounds in the firearm.
Did you do this in a way that she could see it?
She was not able to see.
And did you give the ammunition to somebody?
Yes, I handed it to Officer Fricky.
And then did you get it back?
Yes.
All right. And so at that point in time, where is the gun that Officer Potter used in the incident?
In my holster.
And where is your gun?
It is in Officer Potter's holster.
And the ammunition from your gun is where?
In my pocket.
Your Honor, we are going to offer Exhibit 71, which is a video of this incident.
Any objection?
This is even what you can. Same thing you just testified.
Okay, the objection is overruled. I'm going to let 71 in and to be played.
Is she okay? You actually, because you weren't here at all, right? Can you stay with her? I would rather, she knows you, I would rather have you stay with her. Awesome.
Can I read this?
Yeah.
There's somebody in the back of my squad who needs an ambulance. She needs a cut lift.
Okay.
It's way down.
Talk to Peterson or somebody else. Okay. All I want you to worry about now is.
There's a female in the back of 332. She has some facial injuries. Can you just make sure she gets seen?
No problem. Got it. Kim, can I see my gun real quick? I'm going to give it right back to you, okay? I'm just going to give her my gun for now. Okay.
Where's mine?
I have yours, okay? Chuck is on his way, all right?
I don't even know.
And then, at some point, did a commander come to the scene?
Yes.
And so just explain to us the kind of the hierarchy of sergeant, commander.
Yes, so sergeant, and then my direct supervisor would be the patrol commander, and his direct supervisor would be the chief of police.
And who was the patrol commander at the time?
Tony Grunig.
And you can see the habit I'm in. Can you spell Grunig for us?
Yes. It's G as in George, Ruenig.
And did he eventually come to the scene?
Yes.
And did you provide him information from the incident?
Yes.
And everything that you thought was important there?
Yes.
And did you explain to him that you thought the person was trying to drive away with you in the car?
No.
And did you then, were you able to then sort of stop any responsibility you had for controlling the scene and turn that over?
Yes.
And were you eventually taken from the scene?
Yes.
And somebody gave you a ride?
Yes.
And you went back to where?
The Brooklyn Center Police Department.
And did you understand at some point later then that the investigation would be taken over by an outside agency?
Yes.
And which agency was that?
The Bureau of Criminal Apprehension.
And did you have an opportunity to meet with investigators from the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension later?
Yes.
Just for the jurors' brief understanding, they are a state law enforcement agency.
Correct.
Right. And during that part of the day, did the BCA investigators talk to you about the firearms?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jurors, what was done in that regard with regard to the two firearms, yours and Potter's?
Yes. They came to me and I had explained the circumstances of why I had that firearm, and they then collected the firearm from me.
When you say the firearm?
That was in my holster.
And which we knew at that point was the one that you had taken from Officer Potter?
Yes.
All right. And what happened then after that?
That was turned over to them as evidence.
All right. What about your firearm?
I didn't see my firearm again.
Okay. So the BCA did not bring your firearm back to you?
No.
Okay. Shortly after You wrote a brief report about what happened, correct?
Yes.
And would it refresh your recollection about those moments if you had a chance to look at that briefly?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I?
I do have a copy of it.
Oh, with you?
Yes, I do.
If you want to look at if you could please, the second page, the last paragraph. Do you see that?
Yes.
And counsel, just for the record, Bates 650. Just read that to yourself. Does that refresh your recollection about your firearm?
Yes.
Okay. So did they bring you your firearm at some point?
They may have brought mine back, but I didn't get it back.
Okay.
That is still with the BCA.
All right. So they came to you with it, but maintained it as well?
Yes.
All right. I just want to clarify that. Okay. And so you turned over to them Potter's firearm as well?
Yes.
And as part of that interaction with the BCA agents, did they actually take photographs of you in your uniform?
Yes, they did.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, members of the jury, we're going to take our morning break. Okay, so 20 minutes.
Welcome everyone to our streaming coverage here on Fox 9 on the trial against Kim Potter for first and second degree manslaughter in the death of Daunte Wright. The judge now taking a 20-minute break here mid-morning, which is typical. She does this every day at about this time. You may have heard the judge refer to earlier in the day about a snowstorm that's moving its way toward the Twin Cities area right now. It is just starting to snow outside right now, and she may or may not try to wrap up testimony early this afternoon to give everyone a chance to drive home safely. She will make another ruling on that come the noon hour. We expect that to happen here within the next hour and a half or so. The testimony this morning, very strong, very powerful. This coming from Major Johnson. Oh, let's take you back into court. There's some more issues going on. Here's Judge Chu.
Keep that in mind. All right, I'm going to check and see. I think what we need to do is we have to be able to finish the cross on Major Johnson, but today, so we're not going to split it up. But let's take a 20-minute break and I'll check out what the weather is. Okay.
And there you have it. Judge Chu concerned about the approaching storm here to the Twin Cities area in Hennepin County where this trial is taking place. Again, just starting to snow outside right now, no accumulation, but she's worried about trying to get in cross-examination of Major Johnson here before she may dismiss court for the rest of the day. That's still a big question mark there. Now, you may have heard all of the Attorneys refer to him as Major Johnson. He now works with the Goodhue County Sheriff's Department in Goodhue, Minnesota. But in his prior job, which was referring to this case, he was a sergeant with the Brooklyn Center Police Department. And so that's why a little bit of the discrepancy you may be seeing on the screen and hearing coming out of court. I want to bring in Paul Bloom right now. Paul, some very strong evidence here today that again paints a more clear picture of what took place in the fraction of seconds during that attempted arrest of Daunte Wright. Especially now we get Major Johnson's, formerly Sergeant Johnson's, perspective of trying to reach into the car, shift the lever of the car into park, and turn off that ignition as Kim Potter was attempting to pull her taser.
Tim, absolutely compelling testimony. This is the one witness we needed to hear from. We had heard from Officer Lucky. We know we'll hear from Kim Potter when the defense gets its case next week. But this is the third officer. He is there. His testimony compelling. Matthew Frank, prosecutor, literally walking him through second by second, stopping his body camera footage in an incident, as Paul Lang said during opening statements, is about 12 seconds. Johnson on the passenger side, reaching across, the girlfriend in the passenger seat, as you mentioned, trying to hold on to the lever of the gear shift, making sure Daunte cannot put it into drive or reverse. Also trying to grab Daunte Wright's right arm, thinking the other officers, Lucky and Potter from the other side, would grab his left. The gunshot and the subsequent crash. As I watched that video, I haven't watched it back in slow motion, it does appear Johnson has fully gotten out of the vehicle at the time Potter finishes up yelling, "Taser, taser, taser," and the pop. But of course, Potter doesn't necessarily see Sergeant Johnson has gotten out of the car, because as you heard during the opening arguments, Paul Lang is arguing that Sergeant Johnson was, quote, dangling from the vehicle and was in potential to be dragged, seriously injured, and potentially killed. And then watching the aftermath, seeing further Kim Potter, how distraught she was, even going so far as disarming her. We had heard from sources that Kim Potter had to be disarmed at the scene, worried she might harm herself, and we saw that. And it's interesting, the defense objected to some of those later videos, saying it's cumulative, the jury has seen enough. I think in the end there is some opportunity to take that video and help the defense, just to show how upset Kim Potter was by what she has argued was an innocent mistake, and just how upset and life-changing what she had just done was becoming apparent to her. So something to watch as the defense goes to cross-examine, but fascinating stuff. Probably a good time to bring in our legal expert as he takes a more 30,000-foot view of his, Sergeant Johnson's testimony there.
It's interesting that the defense objected, and they argued that it was cumulative, that it shouldn't come in. I think what they're really trying to prevent is the prosecution taking away Kim Potter's testimony, emotional testimony. That I think, I would believe the prosecution knows what they're going to get when she takes the stand. And what they're trying to do is blunt that, so the jury sees all of this, and the jury may look at it and say, yeah, we already saw, your response at that point, and maybe get a little callous to her kind of emotional response that we may see when she testifies.
Mike, Tim Blotz here. Quick question for you. The one thing that really strikes me now, and this is the second point of view that we've seen from body camera video of the attempted arrest here, and the takeaway is to how incredibly fast things happened here, and you especially get that point of view now from Sergeant Johnson's body camera. And does that perhaps, how does that play into either side here in this case about how things progressed so fast that no one really knew what was happening until it happened?
Yeah, I think you'll see each side take that in a different direction. The prosecution's going to go towards the training and the reason why you have the training, the reason why you have the gun and the taser on different sides, so that if something happens fast like that, you're able to react, and you're able to react in a way that you should react as a police officer. That's where that higher standard is going to become interesting, because she has a higher standard that has to be proven to the jury, but she's also going to have issues that are going to come into play about whether or not that higher standard meant that she should handle an incident like that better than an average person. The defense is going to go towards it being fast, and therefore a mistake got made, and it isn't something that's criminal, and it isn't something the jury should find her guilty of. So it'll both sides will use that in a different way as far as the amount of time that went by.
And gentlemen, I'd love both of your perspectives here on some of the testimony we just heard, particularly about taking away the gun. And I was waiting for Matthew Frank to ask, are they trained to do that in such an officer-involved shooting or police-involved shooting situation, or was Sergeant Johnson just thinking ahead so proactively here that he did this on his own in order to keep Kim Potter from harming herself?
There's a couple things that come into play. The gun in itself becomes evidence. And one of the things that comes up in these cases, we've seen in other cases, the issue of what is evidence handled the same way with police officers that would be in a normal crime scene. One of the first things you do is secure the gun to make sure it's safe. But beyond that, when you look at how distraught she was, it does come into play that there's a concern about her harming herself. And that's what came into play on that incident. And I would say that's probably a sign more of, the officer was doing everything he could to get her with someone that she knew, getting her, make sure that she was calmed down, got her to sit down, did things that were, trying to take care of her as a person that he knew and cared about.
Yeah, and Tim, let me just interrupt real quick.
Sure.
As there were sort of two gun incidents there that Sergeant Johnson is involved in, right? He takes the gun initially just as evidence. He has the wherewithal to take that. He does realize it's a piece of evidence immediately. Kudos to him for that. And then gives her his loaded handgun to sort of reassure that he's not taking away Kim Potter's safety net. But then several minutes later, she's in the squad, very much, I don't want to say she's hyperventilating, but very upset, very agitated, and now word is starting to spread that she could harm herself. Then he goes over, asks for his gun back to take a look at it, takes out all the rounds and the bullets, even the one single shot in the chamber, and gives her an unloaded gun back. So I have to say, my quick takeaway on Sergeant Johnson, I know both sides are going to use him to tell their story. I thought he comes across as good police, straight arrow. He just told it like it is. He's got strong training. He's now advanced in his career to major. Mike, my takeaway is he's believable. He is telling exactly what he saw, and this jury will just need to eventually decide, Kim Potter's fate after hearing the whole case. But I thought his testimony was strong, and either side, but really getting an accurate picture of what he was seeing, what he was experiencing during that traffic stop on April 11th. Mike, your thoughts? It'll come into play on the cross. I think that the cross is where you see that issue that's come up in past trials where police officers have seemed to be more lean towards another police officer in their testimony. So a lot will come into play with the whole testimony, but I absolutely agree with you that he's played it straight with the prosecutor. As of yet, there hasn't been any answer that the prosecutor would be surprised about or feel like he's been betrayed by the officer by him being on the stand. But the cross is still yet to come. Based upon the objection that was done by Earl Gray. I'm expecting the cross-examination will be done by Earl.
Well, and let's jump in right there, Michael. How do you expect the cross-examination to proceed? What kind of questions do you expect they will ask him?
It can come in different ways. It might be very limited because it's a police officer and they don't want to get into a fight with the police officer about their testimony. It might be their attempt to try to get some testimony from him that will go towards this issue of, it was a real dangerous situation. She was doing everything to protect her partner, so that's that'll be the decision that they make as far as how deep they go with this cross-examination.
Do you expect him to drill down more on some of the granular details about where he was in the car the moment that he heard the quote bang, because at that point he said he did not know it was a gunshot. He just had assumed it was the taser going off. And if he was still in the car, that perhaps plays into the defense that this was a dangerous situation and she was trying to protect one of her fellow officers.
Correct. I mean, if their opening, if it's consistent with their opening, then they'll elicit more testimony that'll go towards that idea that it was a very dangerous situation and she was truly protecting her partner when it all came down to it.
Mike, as I mentioned, watching the video in real time, and they were stopping it here and there, it did appear that technically Sergeant Johnson had been fully removed from the vehicle at the time of the gunshot, you know, the car speeding off. Obviously, that's going to be obscured from Kim Potter's view on the left side, but Paul Lang did say he was, quote, dangling from the window. I didn't see that in the body camera footage. How important, are juries really parsing exactly where his feet are or arm is, or is it sort of the totality of those 12 seconds that he clearly is in the compartment for a good chunk of it?
Well, in the Chauvin trial, we spent hours on where the knee was. And so it's very possible that'll become an issue. It might be an issue that you'll see sometimes lawyers go down rabbit holes on cross-examination where they're bouncing back and forth between direct and cross, trying to prove something and then come back with questions. So we'll see that. Also, as you point out, the key will be what it is that Ms. Potter saw at the time. So if she believes that's what's going on, or she thinks that's what's going on from her point of view, that may be where the defense gets that testimony from that goes deeper into the reason why I did what I did.
And Mike, there were two sort of contemporaneous comments in the body camera footage. We've heard it before, but seeing it from Sergeant Johnson's perspective, I thought it's important. One is when he's trying to calm Kimberly Potter down, he says that guy was trying to take off with me in the car. He says that in the moment, but then doesn't even remember. I think he said until a week later, till he watches it back. So the fact he said that in that moment and then doesn't remember, I'm curious what your thoughts are on that. And then secondly, Kim Potter's kind of comment that I'm going to prison. I just see her on the witness stand having to answer that specific question from prosecutors. Like, what do you mean you're going to prison? Oh, you know you killed somebody, you made a mistake that killed somebody. Now, as a police officer, you know you're going to prison. So I don't know how important those are in the seconds in the immediate aftermath, as they could be, argued away as just, people still trying to get their wits about them. But just your thoughts that those two comments were captured on body camera.
They'll go very far on how the jury weighs them. You can look at that as him looking to a fellow officer that he knows is incredibly distraught. So he's saying things to comfort her and give her, some solace in what happened. Or they may look at that and say, yeah, that's actual proof of what was being said by the defense. Alternatively, with what she said, again, I think part of that is the prosecution blunting what they may see coming in the testimony when she testifies. So they may be getting it in front of the jury now so they're not surprised by those type of comments or that type of grief at the time when she gets on the stand. As to this issue about what she says about going to prison, you're right. There's a jury that could look at that and say, well, that's proof she's a police officer. She understands the law and she knows what she did was illegal. Or they may look at it as an emotional response of how bad I feel about what happened and that she's just, that's why they take the gun away from her, because she's so distraught.
But again, we're looking at the trial from this moment in time. We have yet to hear from Kim Potter herself. And Michael, you've alluded to the fact yourself that she will be the star witness when she takes the stand, and everything may change once they finally get a chance to hear from her point of view what happened that day. Yeah,
it's going to be huge. The prosecution's not allowed to call her. Constitutionally, they can't call her. She can only be called in by accepting herself, because she's not required in the Constitution to testify against herself. When she takes that stand, how she responds to cross-examination, those are all going to be factors for the jury at that point, that they're going to wait for her. I would hope. I mean, they're supposed to wait until all the evidence comes in, but they're going to wait from her to get her perspective on things and what she has to say about what she did and why she did it.
All right, I want to let all of our viewers who are watching the stream here know that the time is now coming up on 11:40 here on Friday morning. We are in the middle of a 20-second break here in the court proceedings as the judge takes her mid-morning break. And we're coming up on the end of that, but we just also want to be upfront and honest with you and let you know that we expect her to make an announcement here within the next hour and a half, right around the noon hour, as to whether court proceedings may wrap up just a little bit early today, in anticipation of a big snowstorm that we're having here in the Twin Cities. We are under a winter storm warning at the moment. It is already starting to snow here in our studios in the southwestern portion of the city. So we don't know what kind of impact that's going to have. I just lay that out there to let you know that if you're going to be tuning in and out all day long, this may happen later this afternoon. So I'm sorry, go ahead.
I will make a prediction. I bet that she will come back and say, we're going to finish the direct and the cross, and then we're done for the day. That's my prediction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she already hinted to the fact. In fact, she is now back in the courtroom, I understand. Let's take a peek back in there, and if she is, then we are going to return you to the courtroom up on the 18th floor of the Hennepin County Government Center.
Okay, please be seated. Members of the jury, I know you don't have any windows in the courtroom that you're waiting in, so I wanted to let you know that it hasn't started snowing, okay? All right. Okay, does the defense have any cross?
Good morning, Major Johnson.
Morning, sir.
Your present employment is where?
Goodhue County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and you're a major there?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury what that means as far as, in Goodhue County, that's in Red Wing?
Yes.
Red Wing. Could you tell the jury what that means, being a major on the Sheriff's Department?
Yes. Basically, I oversee the patrol division of that agency.
Okay. So you're the boss?
One of them.
All right. How many oversee the patrol division?
Just me.
So you're the boss of the patrol division?
Of the patrol division.
Okay. You don't like to brag about it?
No.
Okay. You've known Kim Potter for many years, is that right?
Yes.
When you came on the police force of Brooklyn Center in 2005 was when you first met her?
Yes.
And although you didn't work the same shifts, you would run into her at various times?
Yes.
Would you consider yourself a friend of hers?
As of recently, or I should say, over the past few years, we've become more of friends.
Okay. And in 2019, you were a sergeant at that time, but you were assigned to the patrol of her unit, right?
Yes.
Correct? Okay, I mixed those words up, but I think you understood it. So you oversaw her from 2019 until this year, correct?
Yes.
And was she, in the review of her, was she determined to exceed expectations? Do you know what that means?
The objection is overruled.
Did she get that, tell me if you know this or not, did she get in her review, the top review of exceeded expectations?
Yes.
And what is that meaningful? What does that mean to a patrol officer?
That means that they go above and beyond the normal activity of a patrol officer.
And you were aware that she also worked with domestic victims, is that right?
Yes.
And she also was a casket carrier for officers killed in the line of duty, correct?
Yes.
Now, to your knowledge, and since you worked with her since 2019, worked over her, have she ever received a complaint of excessive force?
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection is overruled. And the answer will stand. Major, will you just remember, if an objection is made, stop talking right away, okay?
Yep.
And don't answer unless I tell you to.
Yes.
But the answer will stand.
Okay. So, let's just go to the incident. On April 11th, you heard Officer Lucky over the phone, go ahead.
Radio.
Radio, thank you. You heard Officer Lucky over the radio say he's making a traffic stop.
Yes.
And you knew at that time that Officer Lucky was a trainee, and Officer Potter at that time was their FTO, correct?
Yes.
Field Training Officer?
Yes.
And so you decided to go there as being the officer to watch over it, correct?
To be his assisting officer, a backup officer.
Okay, a backup officer. Your Honor, excuse me a minute. And we already went over the video and of your testimony as to when you arrived and you learned about that the fellow that had been stopped, Daunte Wright, had a warrant for a weapons violation.
Yes.
What does that tell you as an experienced police officer and now a major at Goodhue County Sheriff's Office when somebody has a weapons violation?
It means if they had a weapon before, it's possible they have a weapon again.
All right. And it also means that they had the weapon illegally because they did not have a permit for it.
Correct.
And in order to have a weapon, you have to go through classes and get a permit, correct?
To carry it, yes.
So he had a weapons violation warrant by a judge, correct?
Yes.
And he also had a restraining order, correct? Order for protection, OFP?
Yes.
And at the time you were talking to Lucky and Kimberly Potter, Officer Potter, you learned that, correct?
Yes.
And they decided to execute the warrant and find out who the lady was in the car, correct?
Yes.
And was that proper procedure based on your experience and you overseeing them?
Yes.
You agreed with that, correct?
Yes.
You also knew that there was marijuana, you were told there was marijuana seedlings or something else in the car, correct?
Yes.
So your goal was, when you went up there to the right car, was to arrest him for the warrant and also to find out who the lady was next to him to make sure that was not the lady that had the FTO on it, or not the FTO, the order for protection on him. Is that right? And when you went up to the vehicle, you went on the passenger side, correct?
Yes.
And that was to what?
As a cover officer.
And what does cover officer mean?
Somebody who gets a different view of what's going on inside the car.
Okay, and if there is some kind of attempt to escape, you could assist in stopping the escape, correct?
Yes.
And that's what covering your arresting officer, correct?
Yeah, part of it.
So, in this case, we've watched many videos and time sequences. And when you went up to the car, Officer Lucky, based on the videos, told Mr. Wright to step out of the car. Do you remember him telling him that? You don't remember exact time, but do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And did Daunte Wright step out of the car right away, or don't you remember? You know?
As far as I remember, he did.
Okay. And when he stepped out of the car, Officer Lucky was going to handcuff him, correct?
Yes.
But you were the first one that yelled over to the other side of the car and told Daunte Wright that he was under arrest, correct?
Yes.
And then the other two officers, Officer Potter and Officer Lucky, also told him he was under arrest, correct?
I didn't hear that.
You didn't hear that?
No.
All right. So between the time that you told him he was under arrest until the time that he resisted arrest was approximately, according to the tapes, approximately 13 seconds. Is that about right? From when you told him he was under arrest to when he tried to get away from Lucky and get in the car?
Without seeing a timestamp, it sounds about right.
Sounds about right. And then when he pulled away to get back in the car, 6 seconds later, when he was struggling with Officer Lucky, and 6 seconds later, Kim Potter, according to the video, went around Lucky to assist Officer Lucky in trying to restrain Daunte Wright from not getting in the car.
I'm going to object.
That's what's in the video, Judge. I'm cross-examining him.
This witness is sequestered. He's talking about some other piece of evidence.
All right, no speaking objections. If you want to make an objection, one-word objections, and we can sidebar if you want. Is the state requesting a sidebar?
Yes, sir.
The objection is overruled, and you may proceed, Mr. Gray.
Thank you. According to the other video shown to the jury, after you said he was under arrest, approximately 13 seconds later was when Daunte Wright started pulling away and trying to get back in his car. Do you agree that that's what you saw?
Yes.
About 13 seconds? And then 6 seconds, approximately 6 seconds later, although you didn't hear it, on the videos from the other officers, from Officer Lucky, Officer Potter said, "I'm going to tase you." And that, did you hear that?
Yes.
Well, you heard the second one, I think. There was I'm going to tase you first. There's two I'm going to tase you. One you didn't hear. It was on the other side of the car.
I heard one.
Yes. We'll get there. And then after, oh, by the way, when Officer Lucky was attempting to keep him outside the car, was Daunte Wright resisting, or was he not? He was resisting and trying to get back in the car, wasn't he?
That's what it appeared.
Yes. And he didn't stop at any time when Lucky was wrestling with him to say, okay, I give up, and put his hands behind him, did he? Okay. And although he didn't hear it, seconds later, there was a statement by Officer Potter, I'm going to tase you. He didn't stop then either, did he?
No.
He kept resisting, right?
Yes.
And what's an officer supposed to do when you're executing an arrest warrant for a weapons violation and trying to find out who the lady is when somebody does that? Are you supposed to let them go?
No.
What are you supposed to do?
Put them under arrest.
And if they try to get away, use force, correct?
Yes.
So, 3 seconds after she said, I'm going to tase you the first time, she said again, I'm going to tase you. And at that time, according to the videos, she was pointing what she thought was a taser, but it was a gun, at Daunte. Right.
Is there a question, Mr. Craig?
Yes, I am. I wasn't done with my question. At any time between the time that you saw him, by Wright, Mr. Wright, go into the car, into the white car, until you heard the second, I'm going to tase you, did he stop resisting at all?
No.
Did he enhance his resistance by still fighting with people to get in the car?
Yes.
And what's your size? What are you, 6'2" or something?
Yes.
6'2"? Good shape?
I'd like to think so.
All right. And we've seen Officer Lucky. He's a good-sized man, correct?
Yes.
Did it appear unreasonable to you as an officer that this driver of this car, Daunte Wright, with this warrant, would do what he did? Did it seem unreasonable to you?
Yes.
So after the second, I'm going to tase you, and that's the one you heard. After you heard that one, did the Daunte Wright stop at any time and say, okay, I'm done, give up?
No.
And at that point in time, was that when you went into the vehicle to grab that shifter?
It was probably a little bit before that.
Okay. And you're in there and you were struggling with him with your strength, right?
Yes.
To you, it was an exigent circumstance, an emergency, correct?
Yes.
And you were trying to get a hold of the shifter to stop him from grabbing that, correct?
Yes.
And you also tried to get a hold of the key with the other hand, correct?
Yes.
And you were in that vehicle and your body was lying over the young lady in there, correct?
Yes.
And one reason your body was lying over her was to keep her from sitting there, right? So she wouldn't get involved. Your statement?
Yes.
And then you weren't having any success in calming him down either, were you? He was still fighting and struggling, correct?
Yes.
And then you heard taser, 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 and that would be approximately 3 seconds after you heard Officer Potter say, I'm going to tase you. There was a time period between when she said that and when she said taser, 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 correct?
Yes.
During that time period, did Daunte Wright at any time show any sign of stopping, giving up, saying, okay, I'm done?
No.
And then after, when the taser, taser, taser was said, approximately a second later, you heard the shot and you thought it might be a taser, you didn't know. It was a loud noise, correct?
Yes.
And the reason that an officer with a taser says taser, taser, taser is to warn other officers that were in the vicinity of this fellow, Daunte Wright, to back off, correct?
Yes.
And by the way, in using a firearm, you're taught in training that if you use your firearm, you're expected to shoot your firearm twice, correct?
Not every time.
Okay, but are you trained on that?
It is one of the things, yes.
Yes. And that's called using deadly force, correct?
Yes.
In this case, you heard one pop and that was it, correct?
Yes.
In between the time of taser, taser, taser and a second later, did you release from the body of
Yes.
Mr. Wright?
Yes.
And then you went outside the car, correct?
Yes.
And you're disoriented, correct?
Yes.
And that's because of your struggle with him and the loud noise. Fair statement?
Yeah, the loud noise.
And you, as soon as you got out of the car, according to the videos, that car took off like a jet. Fair statement? Did you see it in the video?
Yes.
Did it go quite fast?
Yes, took off quick.
And within seconds after it took off, there was a loud crash. Actually, two crashes, correct?
Yes.
And that was the accident down the block, correct?
Yes.
Approximately a block away, half block, you remember?
Just a little more than a block.
More than a block. And then Officer Potter realized that she had shot him. Fair statement?
Yes.
And you didn't know that at first, correct?
No.
And then after she said she shot him, she was really having a difficult time saying, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, correct?
Yes.
And you were concerned about her, correct?
Yes.
And then she said, oh my God, I'm going to go to prison. Do you remember her saying that?
Yes.
And Lucky said, according to the video, no you're not, no you're not. Kimberly says again, oh my God. Lucky says again, no you're not. You remember that?
I don't.
All right. Then you said, Kim, the guy that was trying to take off with me in the car. You agree you said that, right?
Yes.
And if he had taken off with you in that car halfway, what would have happened to you? What would you think would be the worst that would happen?
Probably dragged.
Dragged and what?
Injured.
Seriously injured, maybe even dead, right?
Yes.
And if that were the case, would an officer in your position, with Officer Potter trying to stop him from resisting with you and resisting Lucky, would it be fair for that officer to use a firearm to stop him?
By state statute, yes.
By state statute.
Yes.
There's a statute that says to avoid death or grave bodily harm, you have a right to use deadly force, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware of that statute?
Yes.
So basically, based on these videos and the conduct of Daunte Wright, as far as you're concerned, and you were there, Kimberly Potter would have had a right to use a firearm, right?
Yes.
May I confer with co-counsel for a minute? Thank you, sir. I'm done. Thanks, Judge.
Redirect?
Thank you, Your Honor. Major, you were asked about the right to use a firearm.
Yes.
And you've had extensive firearm training, correct?
Yes.
And when you use a firearm to shoot somebody, that is deadly force.
Yes.
And so what Ms. Potter used here was deadly force.
Yes.
And when you use deadly force, you have to consider surroundings.
Yes.
And when you...
The objection is sustained.
Okay.
No leading
I'm
questions, please.
I will rephrase. When you use deadly force, do you need to consider surroundings?
Yes.
And do you need to know whether you could shoot another police officer or another person?
Yes.
And on April 11th of 2021, the Brooklyn Center Police Department had standard issued ammunition.
Yes.
And that was, what kind of ammunition did you use?
I don't know specifically which one.
Was it hollow point?
Yes.
And when you could Officer Potter, in using a firearm, have shot you?
Possible.
Could
Improper again, he's leading.
And the objection is sustained.
how is that? You know, may I?
Okay. Counsel, I'm going to let you rephrase that question.
When you heard this loud pop, which side of the car were you standing on?
Passenger.
And which side of the car was Officer Potter on?
Driver.
And where in relation to the two of you was Mr. Wright?
In between.
And when you heard the loud pop, where were you in relation to Mr. Wright? How far from him?
6 inches to a foot.
And where was the female passenger at the time of the pop?
Right to my left.
And where was Officer Lucky?
I don't know.
And at the time of the loud pop, you could not see Officer Potter, correct?
No.
And in part because you were looking, well, why is that?
I was kind of looking down towards the center console, and Mr. Wright was in between us.
And you don't know, well, let me ask you this. You did not take out your, well, did you take out your gun and shoot Mr. Wright?
No.
Did you take out your taser and taser Mr. Wright?
No.
You indicated that you could have been dragged. Were you dragged by the car?
No.
And in fact, did you just stand up as the car pulled away?
Yes.
The entire time of the interaction with Mr. Wright, where were your feet?
Either against the curb or against the street.
You were asked if, based on your position in the car, you indicated you could have been dragged, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that you wanted to keep him from fleeing.
Yes.
And is that, why did you then grab the shift knob of the car when you first reached into the car?
To keep it in park.
And to prevent it from moving?
Yes.
And when you had your hand on the shift knob, did the car move?
No.
When you had your hand on Mr. Wright, when you had both your left and your right hands on Mr. Wright's right arm, did the car move?
No.
After Officer Potter used her taser, did the car move?
After the taser?
Correct. I'm sorry. After she said taser and used her gun, did the car move?
Yes.
Just want to clarify a couple of things. You were asked if you were disoriented from the struggle and the loud noise. You said loud noise. Why were you feeling disoriented at that time?
Inside the vehicle with such a loud noise kind of throws your balance off and confuses you a little bit.
Did it affect your ability to sort of do your job right at that moment?
I was leading and moved the question straight.
Well, I'll let you finish the question first. What is your question?
Did that affect your ability to do your job at that moment in time?
The objection is overruled. I'll let you answer.
Not specifically to do my job.
Were you disoriented at all from the struggle, as counsel asked you?
No.
You were asked, you thought the car took off like a jet. Was jet your word?
No.
Would you ever describe it as taking off like a jet?
No.
Did Mr. Wright ever strike you?
No.
Did the passenger ever strike you?
No.
Did Mr. Wright ever grab a hold of you?
No.
Did Mr. Wright try to grab a hold of the shift knob?
Yes.
Were you able to prevent that?
Yes.
Mr. Earl Gray, Mr. Gray, with a name like Matt Frank, I should not make that mistake. Mr. Gray asked you if you were lying over the female. At any time, was it necessary to hold yourself up by leaning on her?
To hold myself up?
Right.
I was just kind of balancing against her.
Okay. Were you standing on the ground at that point?
Yes.
What was the point of leaning against her?
So that she wouldn't be involved in what was going on.
Based on your training and experience all these years as a police officer, are you trained about entering cars of people who might flee?
No.
You don't receive training on that?
No.
Is it a good idea to enter a car that's fleeing?
Not if it's driving away.
Okay. So in entering in the car, are you taking some risks?
Yes.
And by grabbing the shift knob, did you alleviate that risk?
Yes.
You indicated earlier about a weapons warrant. Is it always good to be concerned about the potential of a weapon when you make a traffic stop?
Yes.
And so that makes you, I guess, extra aware to the presence of a weapon. Would that be fair?
Yes.
At any time during your interaction with Mr. Wright, did you see a weapon?
No.
Did you see him reach for a weapon?
No.
In the years that you've been working as a police officer, have you had to draw your taser?
Yes.
Have you ever drawn your handgun instead of...
The objection is sustained beyond the scope.
Does it exceed expectations to draw a gun and shoot somebody to death instead of their taser?
Same objection, Your Honor.
The objection is sustained.
Your Honor, may I have a sidebar with the court?
Yes. Okay, the objection is sustained. It's beyond the scope.
So when Miss Potter on this day, April 11th, told you that she had pulled the wrong gun and used her Glock instead of her taser, was that inconsistent with what you thought of her when you said she exceeded expectations before?
I don't know what she was thinking at that time.
And that's partly because you didn't see the incident from her perspective.
Correct.
So your opinion about, well, all right. In the years that you have worked with Miss Potter, and particularly over the last few years, have you come to like her?
Yes.
And you mentioned doing the carrying caskets. I think there's a better description for that. What is that?
I believe she was a lieutenant with the Law Enforcement Memorial Association.
And so what does she do for that?
They provide support for law enforcement funerals.
And you appreciate that she does that?
Yes.
And you like that she does that?
Yes.
Do you admire her?
Yes.
Did you consider her a good coworker?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything further?
With respect to hollow point bullets, are they used by law enforcement because a hollow point bullet will stay inside of the person shot rather than go through the person and hit somebody else?
That is a ballistic characteristic, yes.
Yes, and that's why they're used?
Yes.
And a car can be considered a weapon, correct?
Yes.
If it takes off fast, fleeing somebody, and it hits somebody, that's a weapon, that car, correct?
Could be, yes.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Anything further from the state?
Yes, Your Honor, I'll be brief. One thing that can hollow point bullets also affect the damage done to the person shot?
Yes.
And in training as a police officer, have you been trained about the dangers of shooting occupants of vehicles?
Good. Object outside the scope of my cross-examination.
The objection is overruled. You may answer.
I don't think we've ever had a specific training on that.
On shooting occupants of motor vehicles?
On shooting into a vehicle, yes.
And in fact, there's a policy about it. Is there a policy in Brooklyn Center about that?
Yes.
And is there also a policy about using a taser on people who are operating motor vehicles?
Judge, same objection. I didn't mention it at all.
All right. I'm going to let you answer.
Somebody that's operating a vehicle, yes.
And so the reason for that is what?
If they're moving, driving a vehicle, and you incapacitate them, it could cause an accident.
That's just what Mr. Gray was getting at, correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Gray.
At the time that Daunte Wright was shot, was that vehicle moving?
No.
That's all I have.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
You may step down. All right, members of the jury, we're going to break for lunch, and I'll check the weather in the meantime, okay? Okay, please be seated, counsel. I take it the state has seen the defense's objections to the exhibits?
Your Honor, you're referring to the autopsy photos?
Yes.
We did receive the email, yes.
Okay. I haven't had a chance to look at these photographs, but if they have already been shown in the past.
Your Honor, they have not, and I do have plans to get a flash drive for the court and counsel during our break.
Okay, good. Thank you. We'll deal with that. I don't know if we're going to get to the medical examiner today or not, but we might as well try to take care of this, as soon as we can. Right.
Are we leaving early today, Judge?
I'm checking the weather, okay, because I want everybody to be safe. But yeah, and we're breaking for an hour. We'll start up again at 12:30. I may call you in earlier to talk about exhibits, okay?
1:30, Your Honor?
12:30.
1:30.
Oh, that's right. Excuse me. It'd be 1:30.
And there you have it. Tim Blotz along with Paul Bloom back in the Fox 9 studios, wrapping up the morning of the third day of testimony now in the trial for Kim Potter. You heard Judge Regina Chu there referring to looking out the window and seeing what the weather is doing. For those of you who are watching the stream from perhaps around the country, we need to let you know that we are in the middle of a winter storm warning here in the Twin Cities in Minnesota. We could be expecting upwards of 7 inches or more in the Hennepin County area later on today, but it is already snowing out there. In fact, this is one of our cameras here looking outside right now, and you can see that it's already coming down and starting to come down a little heavier, and the judge is worried about everyone's safety on the road later this afternoon. That's why she hinted that we may or may not hear from the medical examiner in this case later on. So we will be keeping an eye on it, as Judge Regina Chu is as well, and we expect her to kind of update us and make a ruling after they come back from the lunch break here at 1:30. And she's pretty much on time, too. She tries to get her court schedule pretty much following the clock here. Paul Bloom. Some powerful testimony again here all morning long, giving us another perspective as to what officers saw on the scene, especially from then Sergeant Johnson's point of view. He's now a major with the Goodhue County Sheriff's Department.
Yeah, Tim, I just start off with the weather. I'm just kind of curious what threshold Judge Chu is going to use this afternoon in terms of deciding exactly when is the right time to make a call on witness testimony. I would just comment at this point that they really are up against, on the back end of this trial, the Christmas holiday. She has assured jurors during both jury questioning and I think during introductory remarks as the trial got underway this week that they would not have testimony or deliberate through the Christmas Eve and Christmas weekend. But I know the real goal of this court is to wrap this up in time for Christmas. So if they do cut short Friday testimony today, we'd obviously lose potentially half a day of testimony.
And she was concerned about that during jury selection too, hinting heavily, in fact, at one point asked the attorneys on both sides to look at their witness calendars to see if possibly they could have moved up the start of the trial this week so that she did not bump against the Christmas holidays as this trial wraps up.
Yeah, and I would just comment real quick. Again, I know we have stream viewers from across the country. We have children in school alike, and my child's school, I just got a phone call that they're dismissing an hour early today. So you'll see some entities in the Twin Cities area starting to think about the road conditions if we're going to get at least half a foot of snow. So obviously we'll continue to monitor that. The judge apologizing to the jurors as they came back to hear the cross-examination that there are no windows in the courtroom. So she will be monitoring the weather and we'll see what happens there. But I think we have Mike Bryant, our legal expert on the line, criminal defense attorney, trial lawyer, wonderful analysis to have him here. Mike, as we bring you in, my thought was Earl Grey did exactly what he needed to do to cross-examine Sergeant Johnson. Never, I asked you, would he be asked bluntly, did Kim Potter save your life? He wasn't asked that. You did tell me he wouldn't be asked that question directly. But he did ask, Earl Grey did, about being in the compartment, having his arm halfway into the vehicle, grabbing Daunte, grabbing the gear shift, protecting the young lady next to Daunte Wright in that vehicle. And he talked about possibly being dragged and what would happen. And he did agree that if that were the case, he could be killed. I thought Earl Grey did exactly what we thought. What was your takeaway from that cross-examination? Was it effective?
One of the things that we saw was the difference between what's called direct and cross. Since the state called a witness, they can only direct the witness. They can't cross-examine them in the way that Earl Grey was able to cross-examine him, which was use questions that were leading questions. So he was able to get testimony in through his question in the way that he was able to ask questions differently than the state. Then when the state came back on redirect, they got a couple of objections saying that they were leading, meaning that they were getting evidence in versus just asking questions of the witness. And as a result of that, you saw that objection being upheld by the court.
Score that one for us. In the end, we talked about he's a friend of Kim Potter. He was her supervisor. I thought he was, sort of good police. He came across as that, being honest, up front, answered the questions directly. In the end, obviously, he's a state witness. We have to hear from him. He's there. Did you see points being won on both sides as we start thinking about this jury eventually sort of processing everything he said this morning?
We saw two really good lawyers asking questions. We got the defense's position, and in getting their position, it led me to believe that maybe one of their arguments in the end is going to be she had the right to shoot him based upon what was going on, that maybe it was a mistake and it was all said and done, but what she did wasn't in and of itself a crime by shooting him, and she had a right to do that under the circumstances. And that may be the thing that in the end they're going to argue as part of that, beyond that issue of it being a mistake. So we saw that. Then we saw on redirect, when the state got back up there, we saw a couple different areas that they went into. We saw this whole discussion about whether or not they're trained to use a taser inside of a car so that the car doesn't get out of control and doesn't go hurt somebody. So we saw responses by the prosecution showing, one, that they were listening, and two, they were taking what was being said and then looking at it and seeing what more can we do with it and what direction can we take that. The other thing I think we saw from Officer Johnson was we didn't see, in the end, I don't believe that we saw slanted testimony that would indicate that, we've seen in the past where sometimes police officers have been seen as getting up on the stand. And in the end, even though they're called as state witnesses or called by the prosecutor, in the end, giving more or helping the defense more because it's a fellow police officer.
Yeah, in fact, in this case, his answers were very much straight and very professional. Yes, no, all the way through. And, Michael, you just talked about something that I'm going to give props to Paul Bloom here, because, Paul, you've been saying all along that the defense was probably likely to take a dual-track defense here, not only saying this is not just an accident, but because she pulled her gun by accident, she actually had the authorization to use that gun. And that's exactly what Earl Grey was trying to do here this afternoon. I want to just reread to you some of the testimony that he was able to get out. And he said, if they were trying to get away, you used force, right? Sergeant Johnson said yes. Did he stop resisting at all? Officer Johnson said no. Did Daunte Wright stop at any time and say, I'm done? In fact, Earl Grey even held up his hands like this, and Sergeant Johnson said no. And he said, if he had taken off in the car with you, what do you think the worst thing would have happened to you? Sergeant Johnson said, I would have been dragged around. If there is a state statute, and this was Earl again, Attorney Earl Grey, there is a state statute to prevent death or great bodily harm to use deadly force, right? Johnson said, yes. So you could see him trying to lay up his counter argument here that, Paul, you've been so prophetically been laying out here now for the past 2 weeks.
No, exactly right, Tim. And I would just ask Mike's opinion on this, too, because I think Mike, you alluded to this idea that sort of an intentional act of force, whether it was the gun, whether it was the taser, but that it was appropriate. And now Major Johnson saying that, yes, there is a state statute to that. So I thought that was an effective way to cross-examine him. Mike, would you agree there?
Yeah, I one of my questions has been, as I started seeing the evidence that they want to bring in about Mr. Wright's past and what Ms. Potter knew, and also as they bring in, that you had the right to use a gun, it made me wonder, are they going to end up in a trap on the defense by arguing something and then at the same time saying it was a mistake that she did it? But listening to those questions and the way he elicited questions from the officer on the stand clearly indicates that they're either setting up that argument at the end to say it doesn't matter, it wasn't illegal, or at least laying the groundwork for an appeal to say this case never should have been brought, and under the evidence it should have been dismissed. So it gave a little bit more of an understanding why it is and what it is they plan to do with that kind of defense.
And Mike, we're getting some biographical information just through Sergeant Johnson, as I sort of mentioned, a friend of Kim Potter's. He's asked about her quote, carrying caskets on behalf of the Law Enforcement Memorial Association. There was some discussion and then an objection to the idea that Kim Potter was in a union. We did learn earlier that she had been union president in Brooklyn Center. Obviously union membership has a connotation that certain people might have on that jury. As these sort of little tidbits are leaking out, any impact on the jury at all? Should we be paying attention to some of those biographical things as we talk a lot about jurors making emotional decisions and connecting with a defendant in that courtroom?
Well, the defense is trying to get across more information about, that she's a good officer, she does these things, she's a good person overall. The prosecution went into those things to show what is when a lay witness testifies, and a lay witness is someone who's different than an expert, and police officers kind of play a dual role because they do give some expert testimony, but they're also, in this case, a lay witness about what happened. They get asked these questions, and the prosecution was asking these questions just so a juror could say, well, he is her friend, or, oh, he does like these things about her, and maybe that colored his testimony a little bit. So it's giving jurors something to go on. I was struck with the union objection. We've come a long ways because, the head of the police union testified in some of the other past trials, and now that's being objected to as being, something that might be prejudicial, and the judge actually kept it out. A quick thing I just want to point out to viewers that may not see many trials, and this is just the fast thing, is one of the things you see when the court starts each time is you see everybody stand up. And the reason why they stand up is you stand up when the judge comes in and you stand up when the jury comes in, because they're the fact finders and you're giving them respect. So in any case that takes place, when the jury comes in, when the jury leaves, you stand up to give them that respect in the same way that you do for a judge. And that's just something I wanted to point out from something earlier that we've seen a couple of times.
Michael, Tim here again. Quick question regarding where Sergeant Johnson was at the time. It came out in testimony here today, and we kind of tended to see this on the videotape from his body camera this morning, that he testified that after hearing taser, 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 he got out of the car. So that he was not in the car at the moment that the shot was fired, apparently. How does that play into both defense and the prosecution?
Well, some of it will depend on what Ms. Potter says when she testifies, because again, it's going to go to the issue of what she believed if she thought her partner was in danger, and that he was potentially dangling out of the car. I find it kind of interesting that they got the testimony that said at the time of the actual shooting, that car hadn't moved yet. The car was still not moving. So again, that's going to depend on how the jury weighs what this potential threat the defense is talking about, what it really was, and had it reached the level where she's justified to do what she did.
Mm-hmm.
And Mike, you talked about just sort of a logistical or courtroom setup and why we stand for jurors, and maybe you've caught that on the live stream. This is also sort of an obvious point to make here. But while every witness, save for Daunte's father, who is allowed to be in the courtroom, we're going to hear from him eventually during the state's case for that so-called spark of life testimony, just specifically about Daunte himself. But the defendant is, of course, in the courtroom for the entirety of all witness testimony. And I'm thinking about Kim Potter. We all agree she is the star witness here. Once she takes the witness stand, she is here to hear all of the testimony. Now, she knows the evidence, but she doesn't know exactly how these officers are going to testify, but she's in the courtroom now. Now she can kind of put pieces together as she thinks about, and her attorneys, crafting her story, crafting her testimony. Take me through these next couple of days. We go through the weekend and we look towards the defense case and her taking the stand. What are her attorneys talking to her about as she kind of, I don't want to say you mold your story to it, but she is consuming all of this now information. So I'm just kind of wondering, lawyer, defendant, a defendant who absolutely is going to take the stand, how this plays out over the coming days before we actually hear from her in that courtroom.
What you're talking about is that witnesses are what's called sequestered, which means that they are not allowed in the courtroom until they testify, so that they don't get affected by the testimony of somebody else. And they're not allowed, you can't prep them by saying, here's what you would have heard if you were in there. The defendant does have the advantage of being able to hear everybody and get everything. Some lawyers will spend a lot of time talking to them about, here's the statute that they're convicting you of. And if you did this, then this would be illegal. If you did this, this wouldn't be illegal. And that, gets developed in the person's brain as far as that part goes. Some lawyers don't talk to their clients at all as far as testimony goes. They just basically say they don't want to hear whatever it is so that they're not prevented from putting them on the stand because of some issue that they've told them versus what they ended up saying on the stand. Here, I think there's probably a lot of talk that's going on because there's a lot of discussions about what this witness said. She's probably playing a pretty significant role in her defense by asking the questions that clients do that are there as long as it goes along. Now, the one thing we may see is in Minnesota, you're allowed to, as the prosecutor, if you get leave from the court, you're allowed to go into the issues as to their silence up until this point. So one of the things that we saw in the Rittenhouse trial was the judge getting all upset because the prosecutor started asking questions about, you've remained silent till now, you've heard all the witnesses, and now you've gotten on the stand. What that judge was really mad about, I would submit, was not that those questions were being asked. It's that the prosecutor first didn't go up to the judge and say, Judge, I know there's been a motion to exclude these questions, meaning a motion to eliminate that says you can't ask about that. But now that they put him on the stand, they've waived that. He's testified about things that he's learned in this trial. We should have the right to go into the past that he's been silent. He's waited to say what he had to say. And I think potentially the judge would have allowed that to happen at that point. The judge was really mad, I would submit, at that time in that trial that the prosecutor didn't do that. He didn't go forward and ask for that. In Minnesota, under the case law, you're allowed to do that as a prosecutor if someone remains silent, listens to everything, and then comes up and testifies. If you choose, that's part of the tactic. So they may find something that they look at that she says on the stand that's like, the only reason why you're saying that is because of this, or you've been silent about that until now. But in her case, the one thing we do have is a lot of videotape where the jury heard a lot of things from her even before she got to the point where she was even being questioned.
And Michael, a lot of times too, and Paul as well, we will get kind of an indication as to how the defendant is participating in the proceedings by actually able to observe them passing notes on to their attorney or bending over and talking to their attorney. Because of how the cameras are positioned in this particular court feed, we're not really getting an indication of that. And I just looked at the reporter notes from the media reporter in the courtroom this morning, and there's no indication there indicating what kind of exchanges are taking place between Kim Potter and Earl Gray and Paul Ng and her other attorney there. Paul, you were in the courtroom last week for jury selection. What did you observe at the time?
Yeah, and I'll be back in the courtroom on Monday, scheduled to be a pool reporter there. So if they don't get to the medical examiner this afternoon, I would likely see that testimony when I go back in the courtroom. I'll be honest, I watched her quite a bit. There was not a lot of interaction at times, to be honest. At the beginning of the day, she very much appeared despondent, kind of just staring down for a while. She has a notebook. You may remember, these are just one of the first couple trials we've ever seen broadcast and have the cameras in the courtroom. Derek Chauvin appeared to be feverishly taking notes throughout. I don't know if that was a distraction or if he was, taking notes to help with counsel, but very little involvement. You'd watch her kind of push back a couple times from her seat and her table to try to get a better view, because as I've talked about the pandemic layout in this courtroom, the defense table is set off at a sharp angle from the witness stand. So when she was trying to see some of the prospective jurors get questioned in the witness box, and there was some interest, you could tell, maybe a borderline case, she'd push back and try to get a better look. I did note in one of the morning pool notes that there was that sort of moment with with Sergeant Johnson on the witness stand today, that the pool observer had sort of noticed her pushing back to look at it. I mean, she takes the conferences when they go off sort of to the corner to huddle together, as they were making selections for their jury, or, talking about potential objections and stuff. But I don't think she's overly engaged here. I think, taking it all in would probably be how best to put it. We did note during some of the body camera footage on the first day that there was some emotion from her. We watched subtly on the one camera feed from the one angle. Paul Lang had kind of grabbed her wrist. Earl Grey had his arm around her back for a bit. She did reject a box of tissues at one point. There's also a comment today in the pool notes that there seemed to be some emotion today, as well as obviously with Sergeant Johnson on the stand, and we saw again her having to be, having her gun taken away at the scene. So obviously an emotional toll. As Kimberly Potter's fate, of course, is on the line here. It wouldn't shock anybody that there'd be some emotion in that courtroom.
And Michael, we do expect this afternoon, in fact, Judge Chu has already tipped her hat to this, that we will hear from the medical examiner at some point this afternoon. Walk us through the type of testimony that we expect to hear from the medical examiner. This will all be matter-of-fact testimony about how Daunte Wright died, correct?
Yeah, I would expect it'll be very uneventful. Basically, it'll be straightforward to lay the foundation for the charges that have been made, that a person was killed as a result of the shooting. You might see either the prosecutor or the defense try to make something out of it, of some importance. But this case really isn't about the death in the sense of the way we had in the Chauvin case, where there's a whole discussion about what caused the death, whether it was pre-existing issues, all those things that came into play as far as where bruising was and those type of things. So I'd expect it to be pretty matter of fact and pretty straightforward. I don't know if we'll get to that. She indicated earlier it wasn't snowing there in Hennepin County yet, but one of the things that she's taken into consideration is where the jurors are from. So your jurors are coming from all over Hennepin County, and if you have jurors that are in areas where it's snowing more, she's more likely to aim towards, let's make sure those people get home safe.
Absolutely, and we're expecting her to come back in court here within about the next 45 minutes to make that kind of judgment call, so to speak, on how the rest of the day will proceed based upon the snowstorm that we are getting. And it's coming down here in Eden Prairie. Again, we're on the southwest side of the metro, but it's starting to accumulate on the roads right now, and our meteorologists are telling us that the bulk of this storm is going to hit right around the rush hour tonight and then into the evening and maybe be wrapped up by midnight. But in totality, we could expect as much as 7 inches or more here in the Twin Cities metro. And of course, this is a major metropolitan area of more than 3 million people, and you get that many people on the road trying to drive home this afternoon, and it turns into a mess really fast. So we are expecting court to come back in session here at about 1:30 Central Time. So what we want to do at the moment is we want to go back to the questioning of Then Sergeant Michael Johnson. He was formerly with the Brooklyn Center Police Department, one of the officers arriving on the scene. He is now a major patrol supervisor with the Goodhue County Sheriff's Department in southeastern Minnesota. But let's take you back here now and rerun that testimony from this morning. This is how it transpired in court this morning. Here it is.
Officer, you're obviously in a suit, not what we think of as a police uniform. Can you tell us why you're dressed in civilian clothes today?
I'm currently assigned as a patrol major.
And so you don't wear a uniform typically in your job nowadays?
Not right now.
Okay. We will get back to that in a moment, but I'm going to go back and start over. You are currently a peace officer in the state of Minnesota?
Correct.
And you have a license as a peace officer?
Yes, I do.
When did you obtain that license?
In 2005.
And if you could, well, since then, have you done everything required by the state to maintain your license?
Yes, I have.
And can you tell the jurors, please, your educational background to be a police officer?
I got a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, followed up by a skills certificate that allowed me to be licensed by the state of Minnesota.
And when did you get your bachelor's degree?
In 2002.
And the skills program, when did you finish that?
In 2002.
And so at some point, did you become a police officer with the city of Brooklyn Center?
Yes.
And that was when?
May 31st, 2005.
And so from getting your skills done to that date, did you work at any other law enforcement agencies?
Not as a licensed peace officer.
Okay, explain that to us, please.
I worked as a non-licensed community service officer.
Which jurisdiction was that for?
City of Cottage Grove.
Okay. And, you know, when I asked when you started, you said May 31st. Do you remember the date pretty specifically?
Yes.
Why do you remember it so well?
It's everything in the department goes back to that one single date as a start date.
And when you started that date, did you get sworn in?
Yes.
And take an oath, that kind of thing?
Yes.
And it's a pretty important day in your career?
Yes, it was.
And so when you started working for Brooklyn Center, what were your job duties?
I was assigned as a patrol officer working an overnight shift.
And so what kind of things did you do as a patrol officer?
Do a little bit of everything for the city of Brooklyn Center, everything from medicals to traffic stops to major type of incidents.
And at some point, did that change from being a patrol officer?
Yes.
And how did that change?
I was assigned to a few of other positions along the way, an auto theft investigator and a detective.
And did you eventually become a sergeant?
Yes.
When did you become a sergeant?
In October of 2015.
And when you're talking about these other things that you did, were they after you became a sergeant or some before?
Those were all before.
Okay. So that helped you get promoted to sergeant?
Correct.
What implicit in my question is, that is a promotion to sergeant, right?
Yes, it is.
All right. And when you became a sergeant, how did your duties change? What did they become then?
It then went from being as a call taker specifically to a person who supervised a group of patrol officers as well as still taking some calls.
So were you a patrol sergeant? Would that be the right term?
That would be correct.
And so as a patrol sergeant, are you still out on the streets most of the time?
It would be about 50-50.
And when you're out on the streets, you're, well, I guess all the time you're supervising the patrol officers, right?
Yes.
And so when you have been working or in your work as a Brooklyn Center police officer, did you get to know Officer Kim Potter?
It's a fairly small department, so I had known of her since basically the time I had started, but really didn't get to know her until I had been assigned to the shift she worked on in 2019.
Okay. And in 2019, what do you mean by assigned to a shift?
I had the chance to, we bid by seniority. I had enough seniority to bid to a day shift, which she was on that day shift.
Okay. So prior to that, had you worked shifts with her? I'm not quite sure how that worked.
No, I hadn't. I was actually assigned to a night shift where she was assigned still to a day shift. So we never even really saw each other at that point.
So for that 14 years, from 2005 to 2014, you were on, or 15, you were on different shifts.
Correct.
Okay. But then in 2019, did you become her supervisor?
Yes.
And so then how often would you supervise Kim Potter?
That would be every working day, which worked out to about 7 days every 2 weeks.
And as you're supervising her, well, strike that. Let me ask you this. Throughout your career at Brooklyn Center, were there times when you socialized with Ms. Potter outside of the workplace?
Not before 2019.
But after that, you had those occasions?
Yes.
And do you also know Officer Anthony Lucky?
Yes.
And when did you get to know him?
I don't know the exact year, but he was one of the explorers for the Brooklyn Center Police Department when he was still in high school.
So still a teenager.
Yes.
And then obviously he became employed at Brooklyn Center as well, correct?
Yes.
And so did you know him then? Well, obviously you knew him. Did you supervise him then?
He was in the field training program. I wasn't the field training supervisor, but for the time that he was assigned to Officer Potter for field training, I was his duty sergeant.
So just so we can understand how that works, the trainees, the probationers, have a separate supervisor for that program.
Yeah, when they're involved in the field training program, there is a supervisor who is in charge of the program, assigns them where they need to be, and track how they're doing.
When they're out on the street, then it's the patrol sergeant who's supervising them technically out on the street. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's also a field training officer with them.
Correct.
Now, I mentioned earlier, kind of why you're not in uniform. Are you still with the Brooklyn Center Police Department?
I am not.
And when did you switch jobs?
In October of 2021.
And where are you working now?
I work for the Goodhue County Sheriff's Office.
And so that is the reason, we kind of teased on later, you're not in a uniform. That's a non-uniform position.
Correct.
Okay. During your career, have you received training in how to use a taser?
Yes.
And have you been certified to use a taser?
Yes.
Do you recall when you first became certified to use a taser?
The first time was in my initial training of the skills program back in 2002.
So even before you became a police officer?
Yes.
And when you started at Brooklyn Center, did you get authorized to carry a taser for Brooklyn Center?
Yes.
And before you could carry there, did policy require that you receive some training or certification?
Yes, initial training.
And did you do that when you first started in 2005?
Yes.
And since 2005, then, when you were certified, have you been certified every year since then?
Yes.
And when you were patrol and a sergeant, did you carry a taser when you were out on the street?
Yes.
As part of your training, have you been put through what we'll call voluntary, how shall I say this, voluntarily being stunned by a taser?
Yes.
Explain what that means for the jury, please.
As a part of the training, they use the two probes of a taser, and when they pull the trigger of the taser, it then has the incapacitating power over you, and you kind of lose function of your body.
So the voluntary part of this is that you agreed to do it?
Yes.
And that's as part of the training?
Yes.
So they actually shoot you with a taser?
Yes.
And how many times did you volunteer to do that?
Once.
Why not twice?
Because it's not a great feeling.
Okay. And when that's done, are there others around you to help you?
Yes.
And explain that, what that means.
They're there because your muscles will lock up, and if your legs lock up, you lose your balance and can fall over. So they're there to catch you if you fall.
And have you also been involuntarily exposed to the effects of a taser?
Yes.
Can you explain that for the jurors, please?
There have been times that my partners have used a taser on suspects where if your hands get in between the taser probes, you then will receive that current through you.
And that has happened to you?
Several times.
And how does that feel?
It does not feel very good.
So, based on those experiences and your training as a certified taser user, if somebody is going to get tased, what do you need to do if you're holding the person?
You try not to have your hands in between the taser probes.
Okay. I'm going to turn your attention to April 11 of 2021. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
And were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
And just tell us what your shift was on that day.
I start my shift at 5:30 in the morning, and it goes until 5:30 in the evening.
And you were a patrol sergeant that day?
Yes.
Do you recall how many officers were out on the streets during that shift?
I don't remember exactly.
How would it typically be? How many would it typically be?
We would typically have 3 to 5 starting at 6 a.m. We would then have one more possibly starting at 2 and one more possibly starting at 4.
And did you hear a call for backup from Officer Lucky?
Yes.
And at the time, did you know he was in a trainee capacity?
Yes.
And he was with an FTO?
Correct.
And did you know who the FTO was?
Yes.
And who was that?
That was Officer Kim Potter.
And so the call was about what do you recall the call for backup being about?
I heard that he was on a traffic stop and was asking for a second officer to his location.
Would that be customary to call a backup on a traffic stop?
Yes.
So nothing unusual about his request for backup on that traffic stop?
No.
And did you respond that you would come to that to back him up?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
Over the radio, I called out my call number and said that I would be en route.
Do you recall him providing the location of the traffic stop?
Yes.
Was it an area you were familiar with?
Yes.
And did you then go to that location?
Yes.
And do you recall roughly how long it took you to get there?
I would probably say 2-3 minutes.
So you were not too far away?
No.
And can you just describe for the jury the general location where that stop was?
I would be around 63rd Avenue and Orchard Avenue.
Okay. Now I'm going to put up on the screen an exhibit number 1, which has been received in evidence. Do you see that exhibit in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize what's depicted there?
That would be 63rd Avenue, centralized on Orchard Avenue.
And do you see the location of where the stop was?
Yes.
And there should be in front of you a little stylus.
Yes.
And if you want to just kind of draw a circle around the area where that was. And so, just to be clear, or for the record, you're drawing a circle around the location on this photograph where the blue rectangle and the yellow X are, correct?
Correct.
Right. And so did you, in fact, drive up and stop behind the stop?
Yes.
Okay. And so this location, from your years of working at Brooklyn Center Police Department, what county is this area located in?
Hennepin County.
And as you arrived there, where did you park in relation to Officer Lucky?
I parked directly behind him.
And were you working alone or with another officer?
I was alone.
And so as you got there, did you approach their vehicle then?
Yes.
And what did you see kind of generally when you approached the other squad car?
As I approached, both doors were open of the squad car, with Officer Lucky sitting on the driver's side and Officer Potter sitting on the passenger side. In front of them was a four-door white sedan.
Okay. And did you have a conversation then with either Officer Potter or Officer Lucky?
I talked with Officer Potter.
Okay. And what did you learn?
I learned that the driver of the vehicle had a warrant and was also a party to a order for protection.
And did you learn more information about the warrant as you were there?
Yes.
What did you learn about the warrant?
I learned that it was a gross misdemeanor warrant for a weapons possession.
And based on your years of work as a police officer, what did that gross misdemeanor weapons warrant mean to you? What did that indicate?
It means that a person had been arrested for carrying a firearm without a permit.
So it's a permit violation?
Yes.
And so as you're conversing with them, was a decision made about what to do?
Yes.
And what was that decision?
That Officer Lucky was going to place the driver under arrest and then look more into the order for protection.
And so was that what was done?
Yes.
And how many of you then reapproached the white car?
3 of us.
And how did the three of you divide it up?
Yep. So Officer Lucky went to the driver's side with Officer Potter following a little ways behind him as the training officer, and I approached on the passenger side.
And so why did you go to the passenger side?
Yeah, you usually put one person on each side so that you get a good view inside the vehicle to see what's happening.
So that's sort of standard operating procedure, shall we say, when you approach a vehicle with backup?
It's one way of doing it.
Okay. And Ms. Potter went to stay towards the back of the vehicle at the time?
I believe so.
Was that customary for an FTO?
Yes.
Okay. On the day of April 11th, were you wearing a body camera?
Yes.
And were you also, operating a squad car that had a dash camera?
Yes.
And, excuse me a second. And the dash camera, was it activated as you came up and stopped at this stop?
It was activated when I activated my body camera.
Okay. So did you activate your body camera before arriving at the stop?
I activated it just as I pulled up.
Okay. And why did you do that?
That's policy. Any traffic stop, we turn on our body camera.
Okay. And so when you do that, your dash camera automatically comes on?
Yes.
And before today, have you had a chance to review your body camera from this incident?
Yes, I have.
And have you also reviewed the dash camera?
Yes, I have.
And before today, we were able to show you some of those that would be exhibits today, correct?
Yes.
And so you recognize those as accurate recordings of what happened?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would offer Exhibit 61.
Adjourning objection to 61. There be no objection. 61 will be admitted into evidence, and you may publish counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, before we do that, there's a couple of questions that I want to ask so that the jurors can understand some of the things going on in the video, all right? Do you recall at one point learning the name of the driver?
Yes.
And what was the name of the driver?
Daunte Wright.
Do you remember Ms. Potter asking you or making some comment about the Wright brothers?
Yes.
And did you understand what she was talking about? Well, what did that mean to you when she raised that?
It meant she knew something about them that should have kind of sparked my interest.
But your response was what?
I didn't know who they were.
Okay. And the Wright brothers that she was referring to, do you know who she was referring to?
No.
Okay. And had there been a Wright family that had been sort of known to officers?
There was another one that I was aware of.
And they did not have a Daunte Wright?
No.
All right, so what I'm going to do then is start Exhibit 61, please. Now, let's pause here just for a moment, please. So as you can see, there is 2 videos present on the screen, correct?
Yes.
And the video in the lower right, do you recognize what that is?
Yep, that would be the dash cam video for my squad.
And the video in the upper left?
That would be my body cam video.
And just as the video started, we did not hear any audio.
Correct.
Eventually there will be audio, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain why that happens?
Both of the cameras are constantly recording and will save the first 30 seconds before the video is actually started.
And that 30 seconds is the part without audio?
Yes.
Okay. And then as we're looking at this, just for the record, its timestamp is 13:59:16. Where are you driving here in this video?
This would be 63rd Avenue.
And which direction are you heading here?
I believe this would be headed eastbound.
Yeah, I tested you a little too much, didn't I? Is this, you're about to make a U-turn, correct?
Okay, if this is before I'm about to make the U-turn, I'd be going westbound.
Yeah, and so you had to make a U-turn to get back to the stop?
Yes.
And then the 13:59 military time, correct?
Yes.
And so that would be 1:59 p.m.?
Yes.
All right. Okay, let's go ahead and play the video then, please.
No, female doesn't know who he is. Said he's a 14-year-old black male with dreads. When he walked in the house, said he was running from the police and he needed her to be quiet until they left.
You're going to want to find out who the female is because there's no appeal.
He's got a gross misdemeanor warrant and there's an OFP for a female, so I need to ID her. There's also residue like weed on the middle console, so probably search the car. Apparently the car is his brother's.
You want to tell him what the warrant's for?
Warrant is for the weapons violation.
Oh, gross, yeah.
So
Daunte Wright.
Daunte
Wright?
Daunte Wright.
Aren't those the Wright brothers? Not the ones that fly, but the other ones?
I don't think so.
gonna get him out and I cuff him up. I mean, he's at work, so I'm
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, we will be here in a second.
And by the way, if I didn't ask you, what is your current rank at Goodhue County?
Major.
Okay, so Major Johnson, we heard in that video a voice saying, "I don't think so." Did you recognize that voice?
Yes.
Whose voice was that?
That was mine.
And that was in response to Ms. Potter's question about the Wright family.
Yes.
So then we saw just at the tail end of that, the three of you start to approach the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And when you approached the vehicle on the passenger side, what did you observe?
I observed that there was a female sitting in the passenger seat in the front.
Did she have anything in her hands at the time?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Do you remember indicating that she had some paperwork in her hands as you approached?
That's possible.
And then what did you observe next?
I observed that Officer Lucky had asked Mr. Wright to step out of the vehicle.
And did Mr. Wright do that?
Yes.
And what happened then?
I couldn't overhear a lot of what was being said, but I was able to gather he was telling them about the warrant.
Did you hear Officer Lucky tell Mr. Wright to do anything at that point in time?
I heard him tell him to turn around.
Okay. And what about his hands? Did he say anything about that?
He put his hands behind his back.
All right. And then at some point, at that point, did you tell Mr. Wright he was under arrest?
Yes, I did.
And why did you tell him that at that point?
Procedurally, you tell somebody that they are under arrest before placing them under arrest. If the person then doesn't cooperate with the arrest, they've been told that lawfully they are being arrested.
And so what's the importance of telling them that right at that moment in time?
Because that was just about before he was to put his hands on Mr. Wright.
So if they don't cooperate, could you charge them with some additional crime?
Yes.
Because you've told them that, right?
Yes.
Right. So then, as you saw that going on, did you hear Officer Lucky saying anything?
Yes.
After what did you hear him say after that?
I heard him say something about "don't pull away."
What did you notice anything about Mr. Wright at the time?
I saw part of his body start moving away.
And so what did you observe then after that?
That's when I actually opened the passenger side door.
And why did you open the passenger door?
I was going to make sure the car was in park and the vehicle was shut off so that he couldn't leave.
And so when you opened the passenger door, what did you do next?
I leaned in across the passenger and put my right hand on the shift lever and my left hand on the ignition key.
All right. What about the passenger? Did you take any steps to deal with the passenger at that point?
There wasn't much I was able to do. I was kind of in a compromised position, so I just leaned against her with my body weight.
Okay. And did she put up any resistance to you when you did that?
No.
Okay. And at that point, where were you standing?
I was leaning into the vehicle.
Okay. Where were your feet?
Feet were either on the curb or on the street.
And did you said something about grabbing the shift knob, correct?
Yes.
And what did you do with that?
I pushed it forward, which would be towards the park position.
So had it been out of park?
I don't believe so.
Okay. But you said you pushed it forward. I'm just trying to...
I was pushing it as far as it would go forward. That way I knew that it was in the park position.
And did you know whether the engine was on at the time?
I don't.
You indicated you reached toward the keys, right?
Yes.
What were you trying to reach for the keys for?
I was taking the key and I was turning it forward, which would be towards the off position.
So you were attempting to turn the vehicle off?
Yes.
Did you know, but you didn't know whether it was on or off?
I don't know if it was.
And at that point, what was Mr. Wright doing?
He was struggling with Officer Lucky.
Okay. Was he able to get back into the vehicle at that point?
Yes.
And what did you think he was going to try and do at that point?
Drive away.
And so at some point, did you remove your hand from the shift knob?
Yes.
And what did you do then?
I took both my hands and held on to Mr. Wright's right arm.
And were you able to grab his right arm?
Yes.
And why did you grab his right arm?
Two things. One, to prevent him from shifting the vehicle, and one, to put him into a handcuffing position.
At that time, did you know what Officer Lucky was doing?
I couldn't see Officer Lucky at that time.
Okay. Did you know what Officer Potter was doing?
I don't.
And you grabbed him to put him in a handcuffing position. I'm not sure how to ask this, but who else did you think was going to help you handcuff him? Does that make sense?
Yes. I believed it would either be Officer Lucky or Officer Potter that would be controlling his left arm to put him in a handcuffing position.
And when you did that, when you grabbed Mr. Wright's right arm, were your feet still on the street or the curb?
Yes.
And did you then hear Officer Potter's voice?
Yes.
What did you hear Officer Potter say?
I heard something to the effect of, "I'll tase you."
And what happened after that?
I heard the verbal command of taser, taser, taser.
And then what happened?
And then I heard a loud pop.
And did you know what the loud pop meant?
I thought at the time that it was a taser.
When you heard taser, 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 what did you do with Mr. Wright?
I let go of his right arm.
And why did you do that?
I didn't know where those taser probes were going to be going, and I didn't want my hand in between them.
And when you let go of him, you had hold of his right arm. Was that the only way you were holding him?
Yes.
And did you see his position at the time that you let go of him?
All I could tell was that he was sitting in the driver's seat.
And where were you looking at that moment in time, do you recall?
Kind of down towards the center console.
Okay. So after you let go of Mr. Wright, what happened next?
I saw him going for the shift knob, and I started backing out of the vehicle.
And were you able to do that?
Yes.
And before testifying today, have you had a chance to watch your body camera from this time period of the exchange?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, that is Exhibit 63, and we would offer that at this time.
Any objection to 63? Okay, 63 will be admitted into evidence, and you may publish.
All right. Officer Johnson, I'm sorry, Major Johnson, when we play the video, I'm going to freeze it just a few moments to help explain, so you don't have to be talking at the same time the video is running, all right?
Yes.
All right, then, Your Honor, we would publish Exhibit 63.
We will be here in a second. You're under arrest, Daunte.
Now, I have frozen the video here, and for the record should reflect that the timestamp indicates 2:01:52. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And so we watched the video to that point, and can you describe for the jurors, obviously this is the blue jeans are the passenger, correct?
Yes.
And this is the point where you're sort of leaning against her?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jurors, the arm we see here across really the top of the screen?
It looks like my right arm there is going for the shift knob.
All right. And this is the moment when you were able to, were you at this moment able to grab a hold of the shift knob?
Yes.
And can you tell what your left arm is doing?
I can't see on the screen with the shadow, but that would be the time that my left arm would be going for the key.
And by shadow, what is it?
On the monitor here.
Yeah, you probably can tilt the monitor if that gets rid of some of the glare, maybe? Maybe you can.
Yes.
Okay. And, all right, so this is all right, so what I'm going to do is let this run to 2:02:54. Now, at 2:02:54, do you still see your right hand?
Yes.
And that's still on the shift knob, correct?
Yes.
Can you see the other hands that appear to be by your hand?
Yeah, there looks to be one other hand next to it.
Do you know whose hands those are?
I can't say for sure.
Okay. Who else was in the vehicle at the time?
Mr. Wright.
And, okay, let's run it to 2:01:56, please. So, those hands that we had seen by your hand, now are you able to sort of tell whose hands they were?
Yes.
Okay. Whose were they?
Mr. Wright.
Right. And so he appears to have been trying to move the shift knob.
Yes.
But you prevented him from doing that.
Yes.
And then he pulled away from that, correct?
Yes.
Now, in this moment, we can see your right hand still on shift knob, is that right?
Yes.
And what is your left hand doing?
That would be reaching for him.
And we'll hear a voice say, "Just stay back." Do you recall who said that?
I didn't hear that part.
Okay. All right, let's play to 58, please.
Just stay back.
Did you hear the voice there?
Yes.
Whose voice is that?
That was me.
And who are you saying that to?
That would be to the female passenger.
And did she stay there?
Yes.
And then we also just heard another female voice in the background. Did you recognize that voice?
Yes.
Whose voice was that?
That was Officer Potter.
So then let's run this to 59, please. Now, at this point in time, can you describe for the jurors what you've done with your right arm?
That's gone to reach for his arm.
And in the background, did you hear a female voice again?
Yes.
And who is that?
Officer Potter.
All right. And then let's go to 2:02:0. Now, at this point in time, did you hear that female voice in the background?
Yes.
Did you recognize that voice?
Yes.
And who is that?
Officer Potter.
And can you describe for the jurors what you're doing here in this still moment at 2:02:00?
I'm holding on to his right hand and arm.
And is your left arm holding on to him as well?
Both are, yes.
And your right hand appears to have a grip on Mr. Wright's hand in a certain way.
Yes.
Can you describe for the jurors what you're doing there?
I'm holding on to it so that he both can't grab onto something, and also it's a position to hold, place him back into a handcuffing position.
Is there a term for that particular way of holding them?
I don't have one.
Okay, like a wrist lock or something?
That's not specifically a wrist lock.
Okay, but this is a way of getting him ready to handcuff or not?
Yes.
All right. And at this point in time, you have his arm, Mr. Wright's right arm, over the passenger?
Yes.
Okay, we'll let this run to the end now, please.
Stop! Please stop!
You hit?
Yes!
Okay.
I grabbed the wrong fucking guy! I shot him! Oh my god!
Okay. Kim, sit down.
And Major Johnson, in meeting with you, we showed you a composite video of Officer Lucky's dash camera and your body camera during this time period, correct?
Yes.
And that is done to help the jurors understand the overall scene.
Yes.
And does that composite video fairly capture what happened in this time period?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would offer Exhibit 62, which is that video.
Any objection to 62? 62 will be admitted and you may play it.
We will be here in a second.
I'll continue.
And you're under arrest, Daunte. Just stay back.
Please stop!
You did?
Yes!
Okay.
I grabbed the wrong fucking guy! I shot him! Oh my god!
Okay. Kim, sit down.
PI access 63rd and Catherine Drive, flight 138 stop, start north on the red.
Starting north on the red, then can you repeat your first part, please?
Before Ms. Potter said, I shot him, did you know that that sound had been a gunshot?
No.
And after that, did you observe what happened to the white car?
Yeah, I observed it continue eastbound down 63rd and drive into oncoming traffic.
And did you, obviously you heard that there was a crash down that direction.
Yes.
So sometimes it's maybe easier for us to refer to the stop scene and the crash scene. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because there were essentially two scenes that day.
Yes.
Did you go down to the crash scene?
No.
And why not?
Because Officer Salvosa was already there.
Okay, and how did you know that?
I could see his squad pulling up right as Mr. Wright's vehicle had gone into incoming traffic.
Okay. And at that point, did you know that Mr. Wright had been shot by Ms. Potter?
I knew that a shot had been fired, but I didn't know if he was hit. Okay.
So when you're saying he drove into incoming traffic, you didn't know his physical condition at the time of the crash?
Correct.
Now, we heard some radio traffic calling for north on the reds. Did you recognize that voice?
Yes.
Whose voice was that?
Officer Salvosa.
And did you do anything with your radio at that point in time?
I was trying to transmit but I wasn't able to
Why not?
because there was other people on the radio.
Okay. So only one.
Well, hello, everyone. Tim Blotz and Paul Bloom back with you one more time as we wrap up the lunch break. Judge Regina Chu is now back on the bench. Let's go into the courtroom
what we
live.
would do is after this next witness, I'm going to let the jury go. And I'd like counsel just stick around for a couple minutes so we can talk about the autopsy pics and maybe confer with Emmanuel on how we arrange that. Okay, Emmanuel? All right. Okay. Is counsel ready? All right. Okay, thank you, Deputy.
If you find that the next witness does not go very long, would you consider an additional witness, or do you just really want one?
Oh, I can't hear you.
If you find that the next witness goes pretty quickly, would you consider a second witness? We do have another one in the file.
Okay, well, how long is this witness going to take?
Depending on cross-examination, less than
A half an hour?
less than.
Okay, and how long is your next witness after that?
Depending on cross-examination, less than a half.
Okay, let's see how it goes. Okay, welcome back, members of the jury. Please be seated. Okay, just to let you know, it has started to snow. I am going to conclude the trial today a little bit earlier. I'm going to see how it goes. We may get through one witness or two witnesses, but I'm definitely going to let you go home early today. All right? Okay, the state may call its next witness.
At this time, the state calls Tony Grunig.
Hello, officer. Please come forward and stand behind the witness chair. Raise your right hand. Do you swear under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully testify in connection with this cause?
I do.
Please take a seat. And remove your mask, please. State your full name and spell it.
It's Tony Lee Grunig, TonyLeegruenig.
Okay, officer, a couple things to keep in mind when you're testifying. The court reporter, as you remember, is taking down everything that's being said. Yes or no, instead of shaking your head, no or uh-uhs. If you don't understand a question, let the lawyer know. If an objection is made, stop talking. Don't answer the question unless I tell you to. And only one person can talk at a time, so wait until the attorney finishes his question before you answer.
I understand.
Okay. Counsel?
Could you state your occupation for the record?
A police officer with the City of Brooklyn Center.
How long have you been a police officer for Brooklyn Center?
19 years.
Starting in 2002?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a law enforcement experience prior to that?
Yes, I worked in South Dakota at a sheriff's office for about 6 years.
Now, could you go back to the beginning of your career from Brooklyn Center, in Brooklyn Center, and explain your role and rank and how it's changed over the years?
Sure. I started as a police officer in 2002. Spent about 3 years on patrol. I was promoted or moved into a drug task force position, and then a violent offender task force position, and then was promoted to a sergeant, and then promoted to a commander. Spent about 11 or so years as a commander. Within that role, I rotated through the 3 divisions. The division commanders report to the chief of police. I started in patrol, was moved to investigations, and then to community services, and then most recently I was back in patrol.
Your current rank is acting chief of the department, correct?
Correct.
And how long have you been in that role?
Since April 12th or 13th, somewhere in there.
Of this year?
Of this year, yes.
And you're a licensed peace officer?
I am.
And you take continuing education courses to maintain that license, correct?
I do.
I'd like to discuss Brooklyn Center and the Brooklyn Center Police Department generally as it existed on April 11th of 2021. What's the population of Brooklyn Center?
That's around 30,000 people.
Where is it located?
It's a first-ring suburb of North Minneapolis or Minneapolis.
Okay. And that's in Hennepin County, correct?
It is.
And how many licensed peace officers, when fully staffed, does the Brooklyn Center Police Department have?
Fully staffed is 49 police officers.
And out of those, how many sergeants are there?
There is 7 sergeants.
And how many commanders are there?
3.
And then there's just one chief, right?
Correct.
In this case so far, the jury has heard about the role of a patrol officer and the role of a patrol sergeant. Could you explain your duties as a commander as of April 2021?
Sure. It's largely administrative, so report to work every day to a desk, and for the most part, take administrative duties, which could range from working on ordering patrol cars or answering emails, but largely administrative. We answer to the chief of police, and I have as a patrol commander, I'd have 6 sergeants that would report to me.
Yep. So I appreciate your modesty, but basically you supervise officers and sergeants, correct?
Correct.
And you said you have a desk job. Do you have essentially regular work hours, weekday
Correct.
hours?
Correct. Salaried employee, regular work hours, weekdays.
Okay. And what you describe as paperwork, but it's paperwork related to policing, correct?
Correct.
So I'd like to know about your duties when there's a report that an officer uses force. Can you describe the process that you follow?
So an officer will use force. A street supervisor would try to report to the scene when force is used. The officer then would fill out a use of force sheet that is reviewed by the sergeant, and then the sergeant signs off on the use of force sheet if it's appropriate force, forwards it to the divisional commander who is in charge of that sergeant. Generally it's the patrol commander. The patrol commander reviews the use of force sheet and then submits it for filing.
Yep. And takes any necessary action, correct?
Correct.
I want to go one step farther from that. In addition to the protocols for responding to just use of force incidents, are there separate protocols for situations which would involve an officer-involved shooting or in-custody death?
Yes, a critical incident.
Yes.
Yeah.
And are you familiar with those policies?
I am.
Do those policies also place upon you as a supervising officer additional responsibilities?
Yes.
Now, we can talk about those responsibilities in a minute. I now just want to get a big picture. In a scene response, in terms of scene response and who conducts any subsequent investigation, are these officer-involved cases handled differently than typical cases?
Yes.
How?
So and critical incidents, right, you're talking about?
Yes.
So we would just do our agency, Brooklyn Center, if it was our incident, would just do a cursory investigation, maintain the scene, maintain the perimeter, the evidence, and turn it over to another agency.
Okay. And by turn it over, you mean turn any subsequent investigation over?
The entire, yes, the investigation.
The entire investigation.
Yes.
And why in a critical incident do you turn the investigation over to a different agency?
For conflict reasons and for transparency, so that we can allow another agency to investigate the incident.
So you don't be seen as investigating yourself?
Correct.
Or drawing conclusions about critical incidents yourself?
Correct.
As of April of 2021, is there a specific agency that typically assumed the role of investigation should there be one in Brooklyn Center?
Yes, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, or BCA.
Okay. And in a typical case, how is the decision made to essentially outsource the investigation?
The chief of police makes that decision.
Okay. if the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, and I'm going to refer to it as the BCA, if the BCA is assigned to investigate a case, does the Brooklyn Center Police Department have any role, at least at the outset?
To basically give them the information that they need to investigate the crime, a thumbnail overview of what's going on, and then handing the case over to them. So very little to answer your question more directly.
Okay. What about if an event is acute, if it just occurred? Are there other roles or other actions that Brooklyn Center Police may need to take, knowing that the BCA is ultimately going to be taking over the investigation?
Preserving the evidence on the crime scene would be the other acute one.
Yeah. And what may preserving evidence in the crime scene entail? What might it include?
Maintaining a perimeter, maintaining integrity of the evidence and the chain of custody from our agency, turning it over to another agency.
Okay. And when the investigation is turned over to another agency, does that occasionally take some time for that other agency to arrive on scene?
Yes. They are generally not a 24/7 agency.
And so if there is an event that occurs, is it common for you to take into consideration that the investigative agency may not arrive for some period of time, including hours?
Correct.
And so you know that those efforts to maintain scene integrity may also last hours.
Correct.
When the BCA arrives, would a commander typically have additional responsibilities?
Yes, just to maintain the scene and perimeter generally, because the BCA would not maintain a perimeter probably.
Sure. Would you be typically obligated to convey some information to the BCA upon their arrival?
Yes.
And what information may that be?
The layout of the crime scene, the location of the witnesses, the evidence, the location of the evidence.
And that role often falls on your shoulders, correct?
Correct.
And does that also require then, when you would come to a scene of a critical incident, that you basically have to figure out what happened or to understand what basically happened so that you can convey that information to the BCA?
Correct.
Now, in a critical incident, what is typically done with the officers involved in, let's say, the shooting, either as the shooter or a witness?
They are removed from the scene as quickly as possible. Generally brought back to the police department with a partner officer.
Okay. Sometimes referred to as a buddy officer or escort officer?
Correct.
If an involved officer used a firearm in an incident, is there anything typically done with the firearm?
Eventually, I would say the BCA would collect that firearm.
But the agency that typically would be collecting that would be the BCA, not your agency?
Correct.
Prior to April 11th, have you responded to other officer-involved shootings?
Yes.
Have you done so as a supervisor?
Yes.
And have you followed Brooklyn Center's policies and protocols in those past incidents?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to talk about April 11th. Do you recall that day?
I do.
Were you working that day around 2 p.m.?
No, I was off, but on call.
Did you receive some information that prompted a response from you?
I received a significant page from dispatch that our agency was involved in an officer-involved shooting.
And do you recall when you received that information? 2:15, sometime around there?
Correct, around that time.
Okay. And the information that you received was that there was an officer-involved shooting in Brooklyn Center, correct? That information?
Correct.
Okay. What did you do in response to that specific information?
Contacted the duty sergeant, Sergeant Johnson.
Okay. Did Sergeant Johnson convey any additional information to you?
Yes. Gave me the involved officers, Officer Potter and Lucky, and I believe he also informed me that the victim was deceased.
Did he inform you that he was involved?
Eventually. I'm not sure if he initially told me.
Okay. After you received that information, what did you do?
reported back to my residence and then went to the scene of the incident.
Okay. How long did it take you to get to the scene of the incident?
15 or 20 minutes.
Okay. As you drove to the scene, did you receive any additional updates?
I'm sure I did. I probably contacted the chief of police as well.
Okay. And the chief of the police at that time was Tim Gannon?
Yes.
Okay. As you were driving to the scene, what role did you anticipate playing in this case?
The scene commander in charge of the crime scene, and eventually to have to turn it over to the BCA.
Okay. You had mentioned an individual named Sergeant Johnson. Do you recall how long you've known Sergeant Johnson?
His entire career, which somewhere around 14 years, 12 to 14 years.
Okay. And is that in your capacity as supervising sergeants?
Yes.
Okay. And could you describe your relationship with him? Personal, professional?
Professional.
Professional. You had mentioned Officer Kim Potter. You'd agree she's in the courtroom today?
I do.
She's the defendant in this case?
Yes.
Can you describe the scope of your interactions with her?
Professional mostly. Was the union president, and I was the patrol commander, so we had a fair amount of interaction. We also go to the same gym, so we talk about gym and workouts.
Okay. Could you describe the type of communication you had with her in the role that she played?
As a union president,
yes.
Labor management, negotiations.
I've ruled in this case her activities as a union representative is not relevant, so move on, counsel.
Okay. Needless to say, you had interactions with her beyond those of someone who supervises officers. There was a secondary relationship that you had with her professionally.
Correct.
Are you familiar with Officer Lucky?
Yes.
And am I understanding that he is a fairly new officer in your department?
In field training, yes.
Yep. On April 11th, he was in field training, but he's still an officer in your department, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now back to the incident. Do you recall when you arrived at the scene?
Around 2:38, 2:40, somewhere in there.
As you arrived, were you wearing a body-worn camera?
No.
At that time, did you know who was in charge of the scene in terms of what sergeants were present?
I knew Sergeant Peterson and Sergeant Johnson were there. I believed probably Sergeant Peterson was in charge.
And that's Sergeant Michael Peterson?
Yes.
Mike Peterson?
Yeah.
As you arrived, can you describe what you recall seeing at the scene?
I arrived on the eastern edge of the scene, which would be like 63rd and Catherine area.
Mm-hmm.
There was a crashed vehicle. There was two crashed vehicles, actually, and I believe the deceased was on the northwest corner of that intersection.
Now, I'm only going to ask you a single question, and then I'm going to play a video. Do you recall that when you first entered the scene, you encountered an officer from the Brooklyn Center Police Department?
Yes.
And was that Officer Summers?
Yes.
Did you have a brief exchange with him?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, the state offers Exhibit 91.
Any objections to 91?
And number one, it's cumulative. Number two, it's not relevant to this offense.
The objection is overruled. I'll allow you to. 91 will be admitted, and you may publish.
Thank you. Please play 91, Mr. Miller.
Worried about all the traffic coming in from Brooklyn Park.
What's up?
We can handle some of the traffic.
Where's Mike?
And keep it shut down here.
They're down, way down there by
There's going to be heavy
the lights down, way down there. That's where the initial stop was, right by the school. Or
Like 63rd and Zane, or just down a couple more?
No, just right by the, is that the church or what is that?
Okay. Is Peterson down there?
I think so.
Is
These
he
are
a
the
witness?
parents.
Okay. Any witnesses?
Divert
Just the
everyone
parents?
up saying we will keep
Well,
it shut down.
no, I don't, not that I know.
Areas are inter perimeter, but shut all traffic down.
For now.
Yep.
And that's you.
Following the event captured in this video, do you agree that you then walked down and talked to those sergeants, Sergeant Peterson and Johnson?
Yes.
When you arrived, would you agree that you sort of took over command of the scene?
Yes,
Did you receive information about what occurred at the scene?
I did.
From whom did you obtain that information?
Sergeant Peterson and Sergeant Johnson a little bit.
What did you learn?
The objection is sustained.
Sidebar.
Okay, I've already ruled on that objection. You may continue.
Did you discuss again, pardon me, was the information that you initially received about the involved officers reaffirmed, that Kim Potter and Anthony Lucky were involved?
Objection leading.
It reiterates
The
prior.
objection is overruled. You may answer.
Yep. Did you learn about any other involved officer at that time?
Yes.
Pardon me, Your Chief. Beyond Kim Potter and Anthony Lucky, did you learn that there were other involved officers?
Yes, Sergeant Johnson.
Was there another involved officer?
Sergeant Johnson.
Okay, yes, I'm sorry. Was there a fourth?
A fourth officer?
Sure. Did you also learn information about an Officer Salvosa, who was an involved officer?
In the incident?
Not in the incident, but at the scene.
Yes.
Okay. When you learned that Sergeant Johnson's status as an involved officer, did his role change at the scene?
Yes.
And how did that change?
I needed to remove him from the scene and bring him back to the police department.
Do you know that there is body-worn camera video which captures exchanges between you and Sergeant Johnson and Sergeant Lorenz and Sergeant Peterson?
Yes.
Okay. Just for the purposes of identifying witnesses, I'd like to show you a photograph. The state at this time offers Exhibit 92.
Is there any objection to Exhibit 92?
Okay.
92 will be admitted and you may publish.
You're now seeing Exhibit 92 on the screen. Chief Grunig, can you describe what you see in this image?
I see myself, Sergeant Peterson on the left, and Sergeant Johnson to the right of him.
Now, when you say Sergeant Johnson is to the right of him, immediately to the right or something else?
To my right in the scene. Yeah.
Yep. Would you agree the timestamp in this image is normal time, 2:38 and 28 seconds?
Yes.
Okay. As you spoke to your sergeants, what were some of the issues that you needed to address as the scene commander at that time?
Where the crime scene occurred, the evidence, the perimeter, the involved witnesses, where those parties were, if they needed to be removed or not.
Did you ever speak to Officer Potter or Lucky?
No.
Were they on the scene when you arrived?
No.
Do you know where they went?
I believe they went to the police department.
Now, with regard to Sergeant Johnson, you did speak to him.
Briefly, yes.
And he conveyed information to you.
Yes.
And you discussed the incident with him.
Yes.
And he knew, pardon me, strike that question. Do you know that why Sergeant Johnson did not leave the scene immediately when Officer Potter and Lucky left?
I would guess to relay information to me, but I don't know for sure what he was thinking.
But eventually Sergeant Johnson did leave the scene?
Yes.
Were you aware of any other civilians besides the deceased, Daunte Wright, who were involved in this case?
Yes.
And who were they?
Mr. Wright's girlfriend, who was a passenger in the vehicle, and then another couple that was struck by his vehicle.
Okay. And they eventually left the scene too, correct?
Correct.
After you gathered information about the scene and the status of the incident and the response and in the investigation, did you take any actions?
Contacted the BCA?
And did you make a request of them?
Yes.
And what was that request?
To report to our crime scene and investigate an officer-involved shooting.
Do you recall when you placed that call?
Not exactly, no.
Okay. If you could estimate a time, could you?
Somewhere around 2:45, 3 o'clock.
Could you walk us through that phone call?
Generally, I would have contacted Mike Phil and relayed where we were, the brief incident about what occurred, the location of where we were, some of the witnesses that we had. I would have also relayed that Sergeant Johnson had Officer Potter's handgun, and Officer Potter was the involved officer.
Did you report to your sergeants that the BCA was coming to the scene?
Yes.
And at that point, did you direct your sergeants to do anything?
Probably just to maintain the integrity of the scene and the perimeter.
Okay. And as you were waiting for the BCA's arrival, do you recall speaking to any civilians at the scene?
I believe I spoke to Mr. Wright's mother.
And what was the purpose of your communication with them?
To express my condolences and ask that she not move into the crime scene.
If I showed you a still image of you talking to Mr. Wright's family, would you recognize it?
Yes.
This time the state offers Exhibit 94.
Jimmy, what's your objection? That's irrelevant. We've had a lot of pictures of her.
The objection is sustained.
Prior to today's testimony, did you see a photograph of you talking to the Wright family?
Yes.
At some point, did agents from the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension arrive?
Yes.
And did you have any contact with the agents?
Yes.
Who did you speak to?
Mike Phil, Special Agent.
And do you recall at what point Special Agent Mike Phil arrived at the scene?
Not exactly the time. Probably about an hour later.
Hour later, maybe 3:45 then?
Yeah.
Okay. When he arrived, did you discuss with him the information that you knew?
Yes.
And was it important at that time for you to convey everything that you did know?
Yes.
What other information besides just the basic factual circumstances did you convey to Agent Phil?
The answer is based on hearsay.
Sidebar, please. Okay, counsel, you understand what my prior ruling is. You may continue.
Am I correct, Chief, that you conveyed to Mike Phil that Brooklyn Center Police Department would continue to provide scene security and keep track of the officers and witnesses who were involved at the Brooklyn Center Police Department?
Yes.
And did you also convey that you would open up the Brooklyn Center Police Department so the BCA can come and conduct a fair and independent investigation?
Yes.
If I showed you a photograph of you speaking to Mike Phil, would you be able to identify him?
Yes.
At this time, the state offers Exhibit 95.
Any objection to Exhibit 95? I don't believe it is. The objection is overruled. 95 will be admitted into evidence and you may publish.
Sergeant Green, for the record, you're being shown Exhibit 95. Can you describe what you see here?
Myself and Mike Phil.
Okay. He's the individual wearing the blue suit in this image?
He is, yes.
Okay, and where are you standing in this image?
In front of the victim's vehicle.
Okay. And would you agree the timestamp on this image is 15:52 or 3:52 p.m.?
Correct.
And was this the time frame when you were conveying to Agent Phil what you were told about this incident?
Yes.
Okay. How long did the BCA remain at the scene? How long did the BCA remain at the crime scene conducting the investigation?
Until around 7:30, 7:45 or so.
Okay. How long did you remain on the scene?
For that entire time.
And by that time, to your knowledge, the crime scene investigation had concluded?
Yes.
Okay. I now would like to talk about your role in this case since the incident. Has the Brooklyn Center Police Department cooperated with the BCA since this incident?
Yes.
Have you made officers available to speak to the BCA?
They have.
Have you made officers available to talk to the state and the defense in this case?
We have.
Have you made available training records, personnel records, body-worn camera footage, squad video, records from prior cases that may bear on issues in this case?
We have.
No further questions. Thank you, Chief.
Yes.
No questions, thank you.
Okay, you may step down.
Thank you.
All right, the state may call its next witness.
At this time, the state calls Special Agent Mike Phil.
Special Agent, will you please step behind the witness chair? Raise your right hand. Do you swear under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully testify in connection with this cause? All right. Please take a seat and please remove your mask. State your full name and spell it.
Charles Michael Phil, C-H-A-R-L-E-S, Michael, common, Phil, P as in Paul, H-I-L-L the second.
Okay, couple rules to keep in mind when testifying. Yes or no instead of shaking your head or saying uh-huh and or because the court reporter is taking down everything that's being said. If you don't understand a question, let the lawyer know. If an objection is made, stop talking immediately and don't answer, please, unless I tell you to. And only one person can talk at a time, so wait until the question's finished before you answer.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Counsel?
Could you state your occupation for the record?
I'm an assistant special agent in charge at the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension.
How long have you been with the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension?
14 years now, almost 15.
Are you currently in the Force Investigations Unit?
Yes, I supervise that unit in the state of Minnesota.
Can you describe for the jurors, just taking another step back, can you describe for the jurors what the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, or the BCA, is?
Sure. We're the largest investigative arm for the state under the Department of Public Safety. In the BCA, there's 3 divisions. There's the laboratory, there's Justice Information Systems, and there is investigations, which I'm a part of. Within investigations, there's clearly many other sections.
I now want to discuss your background, sir. Prior to your career in law enforcement, could you describe your educational background?
Sure, I have a bachelor's in criminology from Fresno State University in California and a master's in criminal justice administration from Michigan State University.
After school, where did your professional career begin?
I was a deputy sheriff for 4 years in Seattle, Washington, King County Sheriff's Office, and I then lateraled to Minnesota to work at the Brooklyn Park Police Department, and then after that, 2007, I joined the BCA.
Brooklyn Park, where is that in relation to Brooklyn Center, Minnesota?
It is right next to it, right straight to the west.
When you transitioned to the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, what roles have you had at the BCA?
I joined in 2007 with the predatory crime section, then did some narcotics, then I went to the financial crimes task force. After that, I joined the SWAT team, crime scene team, then to homicide. I was in homicide for 5 years. After that, I was promoted and supervised the predatory crime section in the metro here, and then the information and operations section, and then back to homicide, and then now the force investigation unit.
And all the time that you've spent in the BCA, 16 years, that's all been investigative?
Yes, sir.
And you're a licensed peace officer?
Yes, sir.
And you take continuing education courses to maintain that license, correct?
Yes, sir.
Am I correct that as the supervising agent of force investigations, you conduct investigations on police officer use of force cases?
Yes, we do.
And obviously that would include officer-involved shootings?
Yes.
And as a supervising agent, what duties and obligations do you have?
Well, as a supervisor of the unit, there's currently about 10 of us. There's about 100 agents in the entire BCA, but our unit's about 10. When we're notified at the request of another agency, because the BCA is an assist agency first and foremost, we're requested to take over these investigations. Once that occurs, then I start to make phone calls, notify my administration, figure out what happened, and try to figure out how many agents I need to respond.
And let me unpack that just a little bit. In regard to officer-involved shootings, does the BCA, I believe you testified, does the BCA work on those at the request of local agencies, or do you have a separate jurisdiction?
At the request. The BCA agents have statewide jurisdiction throughout the state for any crimes in Minnesota statutes. However, uses of deadly force, officer-involved shootings, we're not required by law to investigate those. Sheriffs and police chiefs can decide who they want to investigate those. They tend to call the BCA. We've done them over the years, more and more each year, and we're now kind of the preferred agency. However, it's not required that we do so. It's at the request of a chief or a sheriff.
From a scene response and investigative role, why are these cases handled differently than typical cases within particular law enforcement agencies?
We call these cases critical incidents. They're not always shootings. They're uses of deadly force usually. So they're high-profile cases. And by calling in an objective third-party organization to the investigation, it allows the chief, the sheriff, to step back and let another organization investigate it, handle the case all the way to its conclusion, all the way to court if need be.
Avoid conflicts, be independent, etc.?
That is correct. So there's no appearance of bias.
Okay. When an incident of this type occurs, is it then like you get a phone call from the chief of police or a commander or something like that?
Usually law enforcement will call our operations center, which is 24 hours, or if they know us, which many do know the agents in my unit, they'll call us directly and they'll say, we just had a critical incident, we just had a shooting, and then they'll ask what to do next. We ask them certain questions, and that helps us coordinate our response.
If the BCA is assigned a particular case, does the local agency have any role in the case?
Oh, absolutely. Because these cases occur throughout the state, we're responding I have agents throughout the state, so it can take us anywhere from a half hour to 3 hours to get there. So in the meantime, the local agencies there, we rely on them to secure the scene, make sure that it's properly protected with tape, barriers, whatever need be to protect the evidence, and keep out citizens, media, anybody who might disturb the evidence. That's required. We need them to do that because we just don't have the personnel or the quickness to get there. And then we also need them to coordinate getting witnesses out of the scene and back to the police department or the sheriff's office so that we can interview them and talk to them.
Once the BCA arrives, does the local agency still have a role?
Yes. So even after we've arrived on scene, there's a lot of information that we're still gathering to figure out what happened, how many people are involved. It's always an ever-changing process. As soon as we arrive, more and more information becomes known to us. So as we are liaisoning with that agency, we're asking them certain things like, do they have body cameras? Do they have squad video? Is there evidence they collected? There's certain documents, reports, records that we're going to ask for. So throughout the process, we are asking certain things of that agency.
In the years since you've been at the BCA, how many officer-involved shooting cases have you worked on?
I have worked on, meaning assisted in some way, well over 100, and I've been the case agent for probably 24.
Can you describe what is entailed by being a case agent or lead agent?
Certainly. These cases are not typical cases where maybe one person or two agents can work them. They really take multiple agents. So the case agent is just the person who's the lead, who tries to take the lead initially to speak to the involved officers, speak to the family of the civilians involved, to kind of give them both a picture of what it is we're going to do. And then multiple agents will do all sorts of duties, interviews, evidence collection, however that may be, and it could be throughout the state for one incident. They will do their own reports. Those reports will come in, and the case agent's job is kind of watch those reports come in, see what evidence is being collected, watch the videos that can be watched, and make sure that pretty much the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed for the case file.
I'd like to talk about how a case begins in your unit. Can you describe a typical protocol for how the BCA responds to the scene and what they do at the scene in a typical officer-involved shooting?
Typically we're called, usually they're at nighttime or the weekends, and I try to get as much information as I can, and as I said, it's always fluid, but I need to know how many people to respond, so I'll try to figure that out first. Once we know how many people to respond, we need to know the area, the address, obviously, indoor, outdoor, those sort of things. I also need to notify my administration, who needs to know certain information. I have to notify the crime scene team. At the BCA, our crime scene team is comprised of mainly scientists, not police officers. So they're not sworn, they're scientists who trained in collecting evidence. So I notify them so that they can respond with the appropriate personnel they need to get to the scene and do what they need to do. Once we start to figure out a little bit of what's happening, I'll usually direct certain agents to the police department or the sheriff's office, because there's work to be done there, and then others will go to the scene itself because there's work to be done there.
So it's, you'd agree that it's essentially information dependent. How many agents, where you need to send them, what do they need to do, etc.
Yes, sir.
I now want to turn to April 11th of 2021. Do you recall that day?
I do.
Were you working that day?
No, it was Sunday.
Did you receive some information that prompted a response from you at approximately 2:45?
Yes, I was advised by our 24-hour operations line at the BCA that the Hennepin County Dispatch wanted to connect me to Commander Tony Grunig of the Brooklyn Center Police Department in regards to an officer-involved shooting. I called Tony, got some preliminary information from him, which was, he told me that one of his officers...
Okay, just don't relate things that people have told you, okay?
Okay.
All right. You may continue.
You'd agree that Commander Grunig provided you information, correct?
Yes.
And then on the basis of that information, you decided what was an appropriate response from the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, correct?
That is correct.
And did you make all required notifications on your team?
Yes, I did. Based on what I learned, I directed some agents to the Brooklyn Center Police Department and others to the area of 63rd and Catherine in Brooklyn Center for what I was told was a shooting scene.
Okay, I know this is kind of difficult, but would you please refrain from repeating things that other people have told you?
Okay.
Okay. Do you want to move on, counsel?
I will. If the objections persist, I will ask for a sidebar, Your Honor.
All right.
When did you arrive at the scene?
I believe I got the phone call about 2:45. I got there about 3:45, so about an hour.
Okay. At the time of your arrival, was there any other personnel from the BCA present?
No, I was the first one.
When you arrived, how many individuals from the BCA were present?
Just myself.
Yep. Can you describe what you saw as you arrived?
I parked close to the scene, got out of the car, and was immediately contacted by Commander Tony Grunig.
Okay. And did Commander Grunig then convey information about what he knew occurred?
Yes.
And did he then give you a walkthrough of the crime scene?
Yes, he did.
And do you remember the significant observations that you made on your initial arrival at the scene of the crime scene?
Yes.
What were those?
I walked to a Buick that was crashed and up on a curb. In front of the Buick and to the left was a deceased male who had some clothing removed and some medical apparatus were nearby. I could observe he had a gunshot wound to the chest area. There were 2 Hennepin County deputies standing nearby. I asked them if they had a tent. They said we did get a tent put up immediately so that we could cover his body. I then started to ask Tony Grunig some more questions about personnel involved at the scene, which would help me direct what to do next.
The people he identified as involved officers, did you know their location at that time?
Yes.
Okay, and that was a Brooklyn Center Police Department?
Yes, it was.
After you spoke to Commander Grunig, what did you do next?
I began to contact my agents, and I needed to advise them of the size of the area, what needed to be done. First and foremost was the canvassing. I also observed what appeared to be family member inside the perimeter. I went over to those people who looked like family, introduced myself, and found out that they were related to the decedent. I told them who I was. I told them what our role at the BCA was. And even though they were inside of the perimeter, they were not near evidence or the decedent. So I allowed them to stay in that position, stay there, so that we could do our job at the crime scene.
Did other members of your team arrive at that point?
Yes, they did.
And did that include forensic scientists?
Yes, the crime scene team did arrive.
What tasks did the crime scene team take up at that point?
One of the things that I do as I'm there collecting information is then as soon as the crime scene team gets there, the team leader will ask me what I've learned since the time I spoke to her on the phone to ask for her to respond, and then by the time she arrives. So obviously there's more information I gathered. I relayed that to her, and at that point I did know that there was a traffic stop that started it, and that was farther down from where the crash scene was and where the body was. So I advised her of that. I did not know much more as far as evidence collection, meaning how many bullets were fired, what direction, those kind of things that a team would need to know and usually ask me. I didn't have those answers at that time, but I did tell her what I did know.
Did they, to your knowledge, follow the protocols that they have, such as photographing the scene, searching for evidence, documenting the scene, etc.?
That is correct.
Okay. And did other licensed law enforcement agents arrive as well?
Yes, I did have some more agents arrive, and they took up some duties such as interviewing the family and canvassing neighborhoods.
The crime scene team, are they led by a particular individual?
Yes.
And who was that on that day?
On that date, it was Melissa Lauren.
Melissa Lauren. And the agents that arrived, did those agents include agents such as Brent Peterson?
Yes.
Okay. And as the supervisor of this team, as those efforts were taking place to canvass and to search the area for evidence, did you oversee their actions?
Yes.
Could you describe to the jury what canvassing means?
Sure. Canvassing means that we go door to door and knock on the neighbors' doors, whether they appear home or come out and talk or not. Hopefully we can make contact. We'll ask them if they saw or heard anything, because there's eyewitnesses and there are ear witnesses, and they will usually tell us. So we identify them. If they did hear or see, then we will do a taped interview with them so we can record that statement. We also ask if anybody has outdoor cameras on their home, security cameras. If they do, we ask if we can get a copy or we'll get a search warrant for those. We also ask if they recorded the incident at all on their own personal phones or devices, and if so, we will get copies of those.
Okay. Now, you previously testified that you had covered the body of the decedent. Let's get this out of the way. Was the decedent ultimately identified?
Yes, sir.
And his name was?
Daunte Wright.
Okay. You had testified that you had covered Daunte Wright's body with a tent. I don't think just those words alone would help the jury understand what you mean. At this time, pardon me, do you know that there was a photograph taken of this tent?
Yes.
At this time, the state offers Exhibit 98.
Any objection to Exhibit 98?
No.
Exhibit 98 will be admitted into evidence, and you may picture it.
Special Agent Phil, I'm showing you Exhibit 98. Could you describe what you see in this image?
Yes. I'm standing myself in front of the unmarked squad. I have a hat on.
Agent Phil, could you move that mic? I see you're moving to look at the photograph. I just want to make sure the jury hears you. Please proceed.
I'm talking to one of my agents, Colleen Myrie, and then I also have the crime scene team leader, Melissa Lauren, to my right, and then there's a crime scene team member to her right.
Okay. And is the tent that you testified about in this image?
Yes, that is the tent that the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office erected for us.
Okay, and that is the tent that covered Daunte Wright's body after you arrived at the scene?
Yes, sir.
During the time when the crime lab team was looking for evidence, did they direct their attention to a particular location? Was there something in the crime scene to which the crime lab directed their attention?
The car itself, generally, is where we were working to start.
The white Buick, which was located in the image there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And why did they direct their attention toward that?
There was a lot of blood inside the vehicle. There was a lot of blood inside the vehicle. It was clear to us that Daunte Wright had been in that vehicle. We did not know what occurred at the traffic stop. So one of the things we're looking for after we get a search warrant is a weapon, to see if there are any weapons involved. So that's what we were looking for.
And was at least some evidence of a fired gun located in the vehicle?
Yes.
And what was that evidence?
It was a fired gun cartridge.
Cartridge. Okay. And what's the significance of finding a cartridge?
Objection. Irrelevant at this point.
The objections overruled. You may answer.
The significance of finding one cartridge would help to know that a bullet was fired, a gun was fired at least once. We did not know how many times, so one was significant, but we didn't know if there were more to find.
Where was the cartridge located? Do you recall?
In the driver's seat, I believe, in blood.
Now, as you were on the scene with your members of the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, did another agency at the scene, did another agency arrive at the scene to conduct additional investigation?
Yes.
And what agency was that?
The Hennepin County Medical Examiner.
Okay. And when did the Hennepin County Medical Examiner arrive?
I'm not sure of the time.
Okay. And what occurred after the Hennepin County Medical Examiner came to the scene?
I was there when they arrived, the investigator and the doctor. We do not generally touch or move decedents until they arrive, because those bodies are in custody of the medical examiner as evidence so that they can do an autopsy. So we will not roll or move or touch until they arrive. So once they arrive, then all of us went inside the tent to observe the body.
Okay. And ultimately, did the medical examiner take that body with them?
Yes, they did.
Okay. After the medical examiner took Mr. Wright's body, did the BCA continue their work in this case until at least 7:30 p.m.?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And approximately 7:37, is that when the BCA left?
That is when we cleared. I was the last BCA person to leave.
Okay. While you were at the crime scene, did you receive any updates from other agents at the Brooklyn Center Police Department that assisted you in directing your investigation?
Yes, I did.
And what information did you receive that assisted you in directing your investigation?
Objection hearsay.
It's not a hearsay purpose, Your Honor. It's
I object to his.
All right, okay. Just make sure, Agent, not to relate anything that somebody told you, okay? All right. Could you restate your question, counsel?
Did you learn, based on communication with your other agents, that a firearm was recovered? In fact, 2 firearms were recovered?
At the Brooklyn Center Police Department.
Yeah. Did you also learn that body-worn camera footage was reviewed by your agents?
Yes, sir, at the Brooklyn Center Police Department.
Did you also learn that a taser was collected from the Brooklyn Center Police Department?
Yes, sir.
After you left the scene, what were the next steps in the BCA's investigation?
After clearing the scene, our priority was to take the evidence back to our headquarters in St. Paul, and that included the Buick vehicle so that we can do a full search there. We don't like to search vehicles generally out on scene. We like to bring them to our garage area where we can control the weather, control the lights, and collect any evidence that we find much more safely and without losing things on scene. So evidence went back to the headquarters, and then I also stayed in contact with Brooklyn Center regarding things like body camera collection and squad video collection.
Okay. And the body-worn camera and the squad video, those were ultimately reviewed?
Yes, they were.
Did you also direct agents from the BCA to conduct interviews of any individual with material information about this case?
Yes, we will interview anybody who is willing and wants to talk to us, citizens, officers, anybody.
Okay. Did you request any forensic testing of recovered evidence in this case?
Yes.
Could you describe some of the forensic testing?
Some of the testing that was done was by the firearms section of our laboratory. So they will test the firearm, they will test to see if it matches casings, bullets if they're recovered from the scene or from a person at autopsy.
Was an autopsy performed on this case, yes?
Yes.
And was evidence recovered from that autopsy and brought to the BCA?
Yes.
Now, following your actions on the physical evidence and on the video evidence, did you also collect some documentation or paperwork from the Brooklyn Center Police Department?
Yes, we did.
And did that include training records and employment records?
Yes, we request those for most uses of deadly force.
Okay. Why do you collect training records?
We collect training records to make sure that whatever weapons or tools or devices were used were in accordance with the department policy, and if so, when were they last trained on them to use them. It's a pretty important thing that prosecutors request.
Okay. Agent Phil, you've discussed a number of actions here that were taken by other individuals, other investigators, other scientists. Are you aware that there are other BCA agents and scientists who are going to testify about their roles, their respective roles in this case over the course of this trial?
I am aware, yes.
Okay. No further questions at this time.
We have no questions.
All right. Thank you, Agent. You may step down. All right, members of the jury, we're going to adjourn for the day, and we'll start up at 9 o'clock on Monday. But I want to remind you of the instructions I gave you earlier regarding your conduct as jurors. Please keep these in mind each time we recess and when we adjourn for the day. As I explained earlier, it is essential that you follow these rules to ensure the fairness of this trial to all parties. While I will not try not to repeat the instructions to help you remember, I may not always do so. So if I forget, please remember what these instructions are. Just because I don't repeat these instructions don't mean they don't apply. Do not let outsiders influence you. This includes family members and friends and anyone else who was not actually involved in this trial. Do not discuss this case with other jury members during the trial. You'll have plenty of time to do that at the end of the trial. Once you've heard all the evidence and I've sent you to the jury room with my instructions and the verdict forms. Do not talk to anyone involved in this case, the defendant, the lawyers, or the witnesses. If anyone tries to discuss this case with you outside the courtroom, report this to me. When you go home during the trial, do not talk to your family, friends, or others about the case. You may tell them that you are a juror on a criminal case, and that is all I want you to tell them. Do not report your experiences as a juror while the trial and deliberations are going on. Do not email, blog, tweet, text, or post anything to Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, Google+, YouTube, or other social networking sites about this trial, even if I have not specifically mentioned other media sites. Do not visit any chat rooms where this case may be discussed. Do not read or listen to news reports or newspaper, magazines, radio, television, podcasts, or other media about this case. Don't do your own investigation. Don't ask people about the case. Don't visit any of the locations mentioned in the trial. Do not use internet map applications such as MapQuest or Google Earth or similar mapping media to view the locations. Do not research anything about the case, including the issues, evidence, parties, witnesses, location, or the law, through any form of written, print, electronic, or internet media, including Google, Safari, Firefox, Bing, or similar search engines. Do not create your own demonstrations or reenactments of the events which are the subject of the case. Keep an open mind until you've heard and seen all the evidence. Remember that you cannot consider anything you hear or learn about this case outside this courtroom. If you don't follow these instructions, you may jeopardize the trial. This may require the whole trial to be redone, and we will have to start over. You may also be penalized for your misconduct. If you become aware that another juror may have violated any of these rules, you must report it to me. I know that it can be a difficult thing to do, but in order to preserve the fairness to all parties that is guaranteed in our system of justice, it is very important that you do so. All right, I think it might be a little slippery out there. Travel home safely and have a relaxing weekend, hopefully. And I will see you on Monday morning at 9 o'clock. Please be seated. Counsel, what I'd like to do is just have an in-chambers conference with you about the autopsy photographs, okay? And how we're going to deal with them with respect to live streaming. I'm going to invite our technician in to let you know what you should do if a photograph is going to be shown. As you know, the overflow courtroom, the autopsy photos will be depicted, but the autopsy photos in respect to the wishes of the family and the dignity of the deceased will not be live streamed. So if you could follow me back to chambers, and Emmanuel, when you're ready, would you join us, please?
And there you have it. Hello, everyone. Tim Blotz, along with our reporter Paul Bloom here, wrapping up coverage here today of the day 3 of the trial of Kim Potter. You heard her reference there that they're going to end testimony early today, already have, and her referring to the slippery roads that are taking place across Hennepin County. If we can give all of our viewers online here a chance to just witness what we're experiencing here. Let's go to a weather camera where we can see 4 different views that we are seeing now across the Twin Cities metro area. We are in the throes of a winter storm warning at the moment. By midnight tonight, we're expecting upwards of 7, possibly more inches of snow here in the metro. It's been snowing pretty hot and heavy for about the past 2 hours now, and we are already starting to see some accumulations. And when you live in a metro of more than 3 million people, and they're all trying to get home in the afternoon, the congestion can get pretty intense, and some of the traffic getting pretty bad too. So she's going to let out court early this afternoon to get everyone a chance to get home safely. Let's bring it back now. Paul, the 2 witnesses here this afternoon, pretty much pro forma, kind of laying down the scene and the crime scene there, trying to get on the record how they established the crime scene, correct?
Exactly, and our expert, Mike Bryant, who's with us, I know will be able to talk a little bit more specifics about what those witnesses do, but chain of custody on evidence, the idea that Brooklyn Center Police turned everything over to the BCA. I would be curious to know if they do have one more BCA agent that may testify at the case. Typically, we get a little bit more information about their investigation, crime scene analysis. So I don't think we're necessarily done with state investigative witnesses there, but they did need to get that special agent in there to get that on the record as we head into the weekend. My question for Mike, though, if he is online with us, as I think about the trial, we've had a heck of a couple of days, a lot of emotion in that courtroom today. Obviously, Sergeant Johnson will go down as sort of the key witness today. But as I think about the state laying out its case and knowing we're going to hit a weekend and then jurors are going to go home and process what they've heard, what they've seen, what they've witnessed in that courtroom. And I know I've been told by other lawyers that you kind of want to build up to the weekend and perhaps put some powerful testimony right before jurors head home. That was obviously going to be the medical examiner. Do you see the state as kind of disappointed perhaps that the weather would cut their day as they schedule it a little short heading into the weekend, or is that sort of overblown and they'll just get to the witnesses as they come? How are prosecutors feeling with the judge cutting it off a couple hours early today?
With having 3 days to go home and think about it before they come back on Monday, I would say, yeah, they lost out on an opportunity to send them home with some kind of extra push or extra punch, and the medical examiner would have nailed that down. Plus, there's very little the defense could do with the medical examiner, so you wouldn't have a big cross-examination that they would make some points off of and send jurors home with. So they lost that. But I would guess that especially jurors who don't have windows in the rooms they're in, they have no idea what's going on outside. They're all concerned, and who knows if they even would listen to an afternoon while they're concerned about how to get home. So, in the end, it's for the best, keeps everybody safe. You heard her read the judge, Judge Chu, read the instructions about not talking to anybody, not doing research, not going online, and hopefully they'll follow that. And then they'll come back and be ready to get going again on Monday.
Mike, Tim Blotz here. If I may jump in, we've had 3 days now of testimony. What kind of stands out in your mind as to being the most impactful witness so far on this trial?
I would say it has to be for the defense. It has to be, they're laying out the basic argument that she was justified in the shooting, even in the end with the shooting, and getting a better understanding of what it is they're trying to show in the case, at least as the defense. And they again don't have the burden to show anything. But in this type of case, they are going to push ideas and come out with the arguments that they're going to put together. For the prosecution, I mean, you got to hear very emotional evidence about a man that died. You got through the police officers without any of the police officers hurting the case as far as the prosecution is concerned. So I would say the prosecution feels like they're putting in the case that they want to put in.
Mm-hmm. And Mike, at this point, as we've my gut here is that we've sort of wrapped up the prosecution's case at the scene with the Brooklyn Center officers involved. Obviously, Sergeant Johnson this morning. You have the now acting commander showing up at the crime scene. He kind of turns the next phase of this case over to the BCA, where we got Special Agent Phil. We're going into the medical now. As the state builds out this case, sort of other areas that we need to hit, right? Use of force, sort of training expertise. So as we get into next week, is that what we're thinking? Medical examiner, use of force expertise, police training expertise, and then perhaps wrapping it up with a spark of life, bringing back Daunte's father to kind of provide one last emotional punch for this jury before the defense would take over, maybe mid to late next week?
Yeah, that would probably be about right. Some of it will depend upon the schedule. As we saw in the Chauvin trial, there were certain witnesses that could only testify on certain days because of the distance they were coming and the availability they had. But yeah, I would expect they'll get through those experts and that they'll end with the father as the last witness so that they kind of bookend it with the emotional issues that they've got. And in between, they're going to talk about what the experts have to say. And then, they're sitting there getting ready for the cross-examination of Ms. Potter. That'll be a big deal for the state, and it'll be a big deal for the defense. So, that'll be the thing, and I would guess we'll probably see that Thursday or Friday.
Mike, Tim Blotz here again. We've had some emotional testimony this week from Daunte Wright's mother and the woman that was in the car with him at the moment of the shooting. Very highly emotional, both breaking down in the stand and crying uncontrollably at time. And we've had some police officer testimony as well as their body camera video. But in my mind, the state really hasn't hit home the charges of first-degree manslaughter and second-degree manslaughter. When will we start seeing some specific evidence that tie into those charges?
Well, we'll see from their experts. Their experts are going to be the ones who weave together the evidence. The last two witnesses, we got a lot of foundation for the charges that are being brought. So that a person was killed. We heard, again about the change of custody, about how they got evidence from the scene to where it's today at trial. But the experts will be the ones that talk about that. And that'll be the basis for the charges they brought. They believe, or I believe that the state believes that first degree, that they're going to be able to show that there was that violation, there was the action that was reckless by where she had the gun, by having a gun in her hand versus the taser, and her background in training. They'll get a number of those items from their expert. As of yet, other than the testimony we heard from Johnson today, they really haven't gotten much testimony or even a witness that would be able to put those things in. One of the things we heard was the last witness being told a couple of times, don't testify as to what someone else said, because that's what's called hearsay. And since the person isn't there to testify, you're not allowed to just come up with those things. So it's based upon the experts that they're going to call early in the week next week.
And Tim, just want to jump right in here as one observation off of the pool reporter notes today. And we did find the piece of video. We were able to see all three cameras at one time, and sometimes we're not always able to broadcast those. But you asked Mike about the emotion from this week. I did just want to point out that as Kimberly Potter's body camera footage, or excuse me, Sergeant Johnson's body camera footage was playing, the aftermath where he eventually disarms her gun and she's completely distraught, she did show some pretty big emotion in court. We did capture that video. I am going to tweet it out here in a second just to show the emotion there. The defendant is feeling it clearly. Katie Wright, who has been in the trial throughout jury selection, Daunte Wright's mother, crying off and on throughout this. It has been one heavy, heavy week. And remember, obviously, on the parties that are in the courtroom, but also these jurors who have come in, you know, from average jobs, average lives, wherever across Hennepin County, and have just sat through 3 days of intense, you know, Mike, you talked about earlier this morning, just the videos, the photos, even the defense objecting myriad amount of times. It's okay, enough's enough. You know, now we're getting into the prejudicial territory. I would just point out it has been a heavy, heavy few days for everybody in that courtroom.
Well, it'll be interesting when she testifies on what emotion's shown and how it comes across. I mean, what we saw in the video was a person who was, I mean, she was very emotional at the scene in a combination of what had happened. I mean, I believe this is the first time she'd ever drawn her gun as part of on duty. But beyond that, just the idea that the consequences are going to be, I'm going to go to prison. When she gets on the stand, sometimes you have officers that testify, I didn't do anything wrong. There wasn't a thing I did wrong. I'm testifying with that belief that I did nothing wrong. It'll be interesting to see what comes out of her and how she answers certain questions. If she believes in her heart that she did do something wrong.
Mike Bryant, our legal analyst, coming to us from Bradshaw & Bryant. Thank you so much for all of your analysis this week. Deeply appreciated, Mike. You've just been so generous with your time in helping all of us take a peek into the courtroom and explain some of these procedures to us and what is happening and how it applies to this case. It's just deeply, deeply appreciated, Mike. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to wrap up today's live stream here of the proceedings inside Hennepin County Court. And we will rejoin you again on Monday morning when the case resumes at 9 o'clock. In the meantime, Paul Bloom is going to wrap up everything for us coming up tonight on Fox 9 News at 5 o'clock and again at 6 and throughout the evening. So we will keep you on top of everything that happened in court today. On behalf of Paul Bloom and all of us here at Fox 9, thanks for joining us. And we will see you bright and early Monday morning. Have a great weekend, everybody.